Chapter 5, 91. On the whole tree, there were 3 fruits that ripened in a short period of time. The first one was taken by Yen Fengfeng after a long battle, and the second one was taken by Yi Chun. If he could not get the third one, it would take at least half an hour for the fourth one to ripen. Who knew what would happen in that time? Therefore, if he could get one earlier, he would try his best to get it earlier. With one fruit, his mentality would change as well. Tai Shichong is about to go crazy. Hai Wuya leaned against a huge tree, watching with great interest. Indeed, it is time to go crazy. Yi Chen had gotten a fruit, so he was in a great mood. Next, he would only try to help Hai Wuya and the rest would have nothing to do with him. Boom! Tai Shichong's personal battling power was indeed shocking. Without the help of the Wind and Thunder Masters, his sword intent had become even sharper. The long sword in his hand was like the sword of nature. Even though he did not manage to stab his opponent, the extended sword shadow could still pierce through his opponent's protective Zhen Yuan. If it were not for the chaos and the presence of powerful warriors like Tian Yinso and the bulky middle-aged man, he would have been killed already. The bulky middle-aged man exchanged an attack with Tai Shichong, but he could not stand it anymore and backed out dozens of steps. Such a powerful sword power. The middle-aged man looked serious. He was a barbarian, and not only did he train his Zhen Yuan, he trained his body as well. His power was no less than 200,000 pounds, and in a head-on clash, there would be very few Master Level C of Soul's realm warriors who could push him back. Tai Shichong was not a body-training warrior himself, but his sword art was extremely powerful. He was able to turn the sky and earth into his sword. Under that sword attack, it felt like the sky was pressing down on him, forcing him to back out. But it is impossible for me to give up on the fruit. The middle-aged man roared and rushed up again. The bronze iron stick in his hand was waved in the air, covering the whole sky with stick shadows. Mountain sword. Knowing that he had to use his ace attack, Tai Shichong sneered as he waved out a sword attack. Boom! The mountain-like sword shadow contained the profound of the earth, which blew away Tian Yinso and the middle-aged man. Shoo! His palm sucked, and Tai Shichong got the third fruit. Damn it! Put down the longevity fruit. Tian Yinso looked extremely gloomy. He had been famous for decades, and during these decades, he had never stopped training. His power had increased by a whole level, and he was now at the peak level of Late Sea of Soul's realm. Theoretically speaking, he did not need the longevity fruit to increase his cultivation. However, the fruit was not only able to increase his cultivation, it could also help a dying man recover completely. It was like a life-saving medicine. Besides that, a peak level Late Sea of Soul's realm warrior would need a huge amount of Zhen Yuan to reach the life and death realm. The longevity fruit was definitely the best choice. No matter which one it was, it would be enough for him to risk his life. Get lost! What Tai Shichong performed this time was not the earth-profound sword art, but the water-profound sword art. As he waved out his sword, that water-like sword power was endless, continuously canceling out Tian Yinso's attack. Soon, a huge wave appeared and blew Tian Yinso away again. Then, the bulky middle-aged man could not handle Tai Shichong's water-profound sword art either, so the two had to stop and wait for the fourth fruit, which was still red in color. Earth-profound, water-profound, added with the heaven and earth sword art that he had performed many times before. It seems like this Tai Shichong has trained the earth profound, which represents the earth in the world. As for the sky, it contains too many elemental profounds. Therefore, any one of them could complement the earth profound. Earth carries everything. This is not just a saying, it has a special status. Seeing Tai Shichong perform another water profound sword movement, Yi Chun had more or less figured out Tai Shichong's battling style. Brother Tai Shichong, My brother was wounded badly by him. You have to take revenge for him." Seeing that Tai Shichong had successfully gotten the third fruit, Li Feng hurried to say to Tai Shichong. He knew that he would not be able to fight against Yi Chen, so he hoped that Tai Shichong would be able to handle Yi Chen. Tai Shichong glanced at Yi Chen. "I will, but not now." But Li Feng still wanted to say something. Frowning, Tai Shichong stopped him from continuing. "Right now, fighting for the fruit is more important. Let's put our personal grudges aside. If it were not for Yan Fengfeng, Tai Shichong would not mind taking revenge for Li Lei right now. But he knew how powerful Yan Fengfeng was, and in fact, very few people could push her to her limit. Even people as powerful as the top 5 young warriors would not want to mess with Yan Fengfeng, because they knew that if she wanted to run away, they would not be able to stop her at all. The slightly weaker young warriors naturally knew about her speed, so they would not want to waste time with her. They would at most exchange a couple of attacks, but would not fight to the death. And the weaker ones would not be able to push her to her limit either. Therefore, a lot of people could not tell exactly how powerful Yan Fengfeng was, and Tai Shichong was no exception. "It seems like Tai Shichong is not planning to take on you right now." Hai Wuya had seen the expressions on Li Feng and Tai Shichong's faces, so he said to Yi Chen with a smile. Yi Chen said lightly, "He is just afraid of Sister Yan." Yan Fengfeng was very powerful. On the surface, she seemed to be at the same level as Hai Wuya, but she was in her human form right now, not in her battling mode. Just like Sun Shaojin, once she returned to her battling mode, her power would increase drastically. Of course, Yi Chen did not expect others to protect him either. Once he ate the fruit, his power would definitely increase drastically, and he would not need to be afraid of Tai Shichong anymore. By then, he would be able to compete with the latter. "It seems like I will have to use my last ace card." Tian Inso glanced at Tai Shichong, and Yan Fengfeng then finally glanced at the bulky middle-aged man. These 3 were not easy to mess with. Without using his ace card, the chance of getting the 4th fruit would not be more than 30%, or even lower. Humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. After waiting for about half an hour, the 4th longevity fruit wobbled down from the sky. "It's mine!" Tian Inso yelled as he threw out 3 pearls that were filled with evil qi. Each time he threw out one, he felt like his heart was bleeding. Boom, boom, boom. Before the 3 pearls landed on the ground, they had already exploded, bringing up waves of evil wind and beast roars. "It's the evil beasts." Tai Shichong, Yan Fengfeng, and the bulky middle-aged man hurried to stop, and the rest of the people were forced to stop as well. All of a sudden, 3 extremely evil-looking beasts appeared out of nowhere. No one had seen these beasts before, and they seemed to be made up of a couple of different kinds of beasts. "What are these evil beasts?" Guanqin asked her brother disciple. Hai Wuyao explained, "The sound beasts are not living creatures. They are made with an evil secret art. First, a couple of rank 10 beasts, who had their beast power taken out, are locked in an airtight secret room and made to kill each other. Once all of the beasts are dead, a secret art is used to collect the evil qi from the beasts in the secret room and store it in the evil beast bead. Then, the bead is put into the head of another rank 10 beast, slowly devouring its soul. In the end, the beast's soul will enter the bead and naturally merge with the evil qi in the bead, making its soul even more brutal. Once it comes out, it will be able to use the earth qi and the evil qi to form its own body, which would be even more powerful than before. It would be powerful enough to kill most of the normal master level C of souls realm warriors. Plus, since the body of the beast is made of the earth qi and the evil qi, it is almost immortal. No matter how hard you try to attack it, it would not be able to hurt it. So powerful! Guanqin thought to herself. Yen Fengfeng stared at an evil beast in front of her, a cold light flashing through her eyes. The art of making evil beasts is almost lost. I wonder where he got it from. Although Yen Fengfeng had killed a lot of beasts, she was still a beast after all. She hated this kind of cruel secret art very much. Nirvana flame. As she spoke, Yen Fengfeng opened her mouth and spat out a sticky green flame with a hint of red in it. It seemed to be alive, as it wriggled a bit in the air before landing on the incoming sound beasts with a swooshing sound. Whoosh! If it were a normal flame, it would not be able to hurt the evil beast at all. But this green and red flame was like a burning fire meeting fuel. At first, it was only a small flame, but within the next second, the evil beast had already been lit up, turning into a fire beast. That creepy wail came out of the fire, but it was getting weaker and weaker. Hai Wuya forced a smile. It is not easy to train your Nirvana flame. Killing evil beasts would be such a waste. Of course, he knew that Yen Fengfeng was angry. Soul power and fire power combined perfectly. Such a magical Nirvana flame. Yichen gasped. He could tell that the Nirvana flame could not only burn physical objects, but also souls. In other words, this kind of flame would bring about a double attack, and its destructive power would be immeasurable. No one below the life and death realm would dare to touch it, because they would be burnt instantly. However, it would be a bit difficult to use it on enemies other than the evil beasts, since it was too slow. Warriors at the same level would be able to avoid it easily. Yichen could tell that Yen Fengfeng did not have a lot of Nirvana flame inside her body. She might only have one flame left, and it would be hard for her to recover. My slaughter sword intent and destruction sword intent can both kill the evil beast's soul, rendering its body useless. But since Yen Fengfeng has used the Nirvana flame, I will not have to do it anymore. Facing the evil beasts, the others might not be able to do anything, but Yichen was much more relaxed, since the evil beasts were not that different from the thunder spirits. Their bodies were made of energy, and their weakness was their soul and intelligence. In comparison, the evil beasts' souls were much more powerful than the thunder spirits. Otherwise, Yichen would be able to kill them within a second. After burning the evil beasts, the blue and red flame that had shrunk a bit went back into Yen Fengfeng's body. On Yi Chen's side, nothing had happened, but the other two sides had fallen into a tough battle. Obviously, Tai Shichong and the bulky middle-aged man did not have the means to kill the evil beasts in a short period of time, so they could only fight it out. As for Tian Yinso, he had already gotten his fourth fruit. When he saw Yen Fengfeng kill his evil beasts so easily, his mouth twitched a little. It is not easy to make these evil beasts of mine. I have only made 4 of them in the past decades. Once the beads are broken, the evil beasts will slowly use up their soul power and eventually disappear. I wonder if it is a loss or a gain. Tian Yinso was a bit hurt. The evil beasts were not born naturally, so they had a lot of limitations after all. Their soul power would gradually weaken and eventually disappear into nothingness. The evil beast's opponents were Tai Shichong and the bulky middle-aged man. Before they died, they would naturally not be able to kill the two. Who? After a while, the 2 evil beasts disappeared into the wind. Tai Shichong and the bulky middle-aged man did not look too good. Battling with the evil beasts had cost a lot of their Zhenyuan and physical strength, which was not a good sign. Chapter 592. The 5th and 6th fruits fell down almost at the same time. The ones fighting for the 5th fruit were Yen Fengfeng and Tian Yinso, while the ones fighting for the 6th one were Tai Shichong and the bulky middle-aged man. Since the 7th fruit was about to ripen as well, everyone else was waiting. It is coming down. The 7th fruit was blown away by the wind and fell straight down. Brother Hai, I will help you from the side. You try to get this fruit, maintaining the same speed as Hai Wuya. Yi Chen sent a message to him. All right. The battle between Li Lei and Yi Chen had made Hai Wuya realize that Yi Chen's power was no weaker than his, and he estimated that there was only a slight difference between them. Plus, Yi Chen's speed and insane survivability were exactly what he needed. If he had Yi Chen's help, he would have more than 50% chance of getting the fruit. Head disciple, I will help you as well. Guan Qin was confident in her speed, but not in her power. Once she got the fruit, she would be attacked by the others, since not everyone would be able to survive that kind of attack. Since there were still a lot of fruits left, if her head disciple Hai Wuya could get more, then she might be able to get one as well. All right, this fruit will be mine for sure. I will use all of my power as well. Earth shake, sky spin. Hai Wuya's body spun in the air, and an astonishing amount of water yuan qi gathered towards him. Moreover, it revolved around Hai Wuya without any pattern. Everyone knew that when an object moved violently, it would bring about a strong energy field. And when water revolved crazily without any pattern, it would cause the area within 100 meters to become a chaotic world. Anything that entered this world would have a subtle imbalance. This attack is very powerful. Yi Chen could sense that the air around him was filled with aggressive water, yuan qi. The water, yuan qi, clashed with each other and merged together, changing the gravitational field of this area. What's going on? Why do I feel like the world is spinning? Even if they were Sea of Soul realm experts who could go up into the sky and down into the ground, they would still be helpless when facing the changes of the natural environment. For example, if the gravity of the natural environment was slightly out of balance, they would not be able to adapt to it. After all, they were in this world and would be restricted by the natural rules. Hai Wuya had messed up the gravity of this world. 1, gravity would not be a problem, and 2, would not be much of an obstacle either. But if there were too many of them, it would be extremely hard for them to counteract the obstacles of different gravity in a short period of time. The longevity fruit is mine. Everyone made mistakes, so Hai Wuya easily obtained the 7th longevity fruit. Bastard. So what if you can affect our balance? Can you affect the balance of our qi gene? Die. All of a sudden, except for Yi Chen, Guan Qin, and Ling Tianhao, everyone else attacked Hai Wuya. Void Shattering Finger, Mysterious Heaven Hammer, Limitless Direct Smash. It was impossible for Yi Chen and the other 2 to watch Hai Wuya being attacked together, so they each performed their ace attacks to cancel out part of the qi flow. However, Hai Wuya himself would not just sit and wait. The second he got the longevity fruit, he turned his body and threw out a powerful palm power. Boom! The qi flow exploded, and Hai Wuya was blown backward with a pale face as blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. These people still wanted to continue attacking, but a blue fire line passed through them like a shadow. The 2 people in the front were blown away, while the rest of them backed out a couple of steps as well. It was Yan Fengfeng. After getting her 2nd longevity fruit, Yan Fengfeng rushed over immediately and solved the crisis for Hai Wuya with twice the speed of normal people. On the other side, Tai Shichong and the bulky middle-aged man had also come to an end. The one who got the fruit was naturally Tai Shichong. One had to admit that the bulky middle-aged man was not as good at fighting for things. If the fight for the first 7 longevity fruits was intense and tragic, then the fight for the next one was crazy. Although there were dozens of longevity fruits on the longevity tree, the tree would only contribute a small portion of them. The rest would not fall off. There were examples of this in the past. After paying the price of being wounded, the bulky middle-aged man finally got the 8th fruit. The 9th fruit went to Tai Shichong, and with this one, he had already gotten 3 of them. He was indeed horrifying when he used all of his power, and even Yen Fengfeng would have to run away from him. But he was not satisfied yet. He still wanted to fight for the Li brothers, since it would be a good thing for him if they became more powerful. The 10th fruit went to Yen Fengfeng. In order to fight for this fruit, Yen Fengfeng turned back into her original form, which was a massive blue phoenix. Her whole body was covered in blue flames, and as she flapped her wings, the whole sky was filled with blue flames. Tian Yinso and the bulky middle-aged man were covered in dust. Tai Shichong frowned, but he did not try to fight for it. Brother Ling, you better wait for 1.5 years before you try to train the fruit. This fruit only has an 80% chance of helping you reach mid-sea of Soul's realm. Yen Fengfeng had already gotten 2 fruits, so she gave the 3rd one to Ling Tianhao and said, Ling Tianhao took over the fruit happily and said, Head disciple, I know. I will only eat it when I am fully confident. If he wasted the fruit, even without Yen Fengfeng telling him, he would not forgive himself. Head disciple. Guanqin looked at Hai Wuya. Among the 5, she was the only one who did not have a fruit. Hai Wuya frowned and said, Don't worry, there is still a chance. On the other side, Tian Yinso had already decided to leave. He did not need the fruit to increase his cultivation, since he only needed it to increase his Zhen Yuan storage. Moreover, 1 fruit could save him a couple of years of cultivation. Of course, no one would complain about having too many of them. But he also knew that there were 3 people here who were just as powerful as him. Among them, Yen Fengfeng and Tai Shichong were even slightly more powerful than him. Plus, there were so many of them. If they continued to fight, they might not be able to leave at all. Ha! You guys keep fighting. I will leave first. One had to admit that Tian Yinso was able to escape from a rank 5 martial institution and live freely for decades. He was indeed quite capable. He left without any hesitation and did not let his greed get the better of him. This guy sure runs fast. Yen Fengfeng made a face. Not far away, Tai Shichong squinted his eyes. He was planning to make Tian Yinso stay after this and take his share. But Tian Yinso left just like that, which was out of his expectation. As for Yi Chun, he did not plan to do anything to him right now. He had plenty of time, and he would wait until he reached late sea of Soul's realm before going after him. After all, Yen Fengfeng's power was not weaker than his. Speaking of which, after Li Lei was wounded, their overall power would be slightly weaker than Yen Fengfeng's side. What a cunning old fox. It would not be easy to make him suffer. The bulky middle-aged man knew what Tian Yinso was thinking, so he was impressed. Later, I will perform the barbarian race god inviting great art and take the 11th fruit. The middle-aged man was very jealous of Tai Shichong and Yen Fengfeng. Among everyone here, the 2 had the most fruits, and he only had 1. One had to admit that when the barbarian race tried their best, it was quite horrifying. No one knew what kind of secret art they had performed, but their power had increased drastically. Their small, giant-like bodies were covered in black patterns, and most of the attacks from weapons would be cancelled out. Therefore, the 11th fruit landed in the middle-aged man's hand. The 12th and 13th fruit were taken by Yen Fengfeng and Tai Shichong, respectively. Yen Fengfeng gave the fruit to Guanqin. Rumble! After dropping the 13 fruits, the long-life tree suddenly rose up from the ground. Its massive roots had almost flipped over half of the island, drowning it in the lake water. As for the longevity tree, it was wrapped in a red light. With a so sound, it tore through the air and flew into the depths of the savage, desolate, ancient land. Soon, only a red dot of light remained. The dot of light flickered a few times before disappearing without a trace. Yen Fong Fong and Tai Shichong did not chase after it, since they did not dare to offend the tree, since it had the power to kill them within seconds. Ha ha! This time, we got more than the previous two combined. We got 6 fruits in total. Hai Wuya laughed. 13 fruits, they got 6, Tai Shichong got 4, the bulky middle-aged man got 2, and Tianinso got 1. Without a doubt, they got the most, which was almost half of the total. Yichen said, "This kind of fortune is hard to come by." Indeed, the red light beam from the tree could only be seen within 1,000 miles. Otherwise, no one would know that there was a long life tree here. Otherwise, there would be a lot of people fighting for it, and we might not even get half of it. It would be great if we could get 2 or 3. Those who came to the savage ruin ancient place were all powerful warriors, and they were only a part of it. Perhaps there would be even more powerful master-level warriors. Yen Fong Fong, there is no winner in today's battle. Let's fight again, next time. Tai Shichong did not plan to mess with Yichen right away, so he said with a cold tone. Yen Fong Fong said, "I will wait for you. Let's go." Tai Shichong brought Li Feng and the rest, who were unwilling to give up, and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Yichen, his gaze sharp like a sword. After Tai Shichong and the rest left, there were only the bulky middle-aged man and his people, as well as Yen Fong Fong and Yichen. "Let's go as well." The bulky middle-aged man did not have any conflict with Yichen, so he left as well. "Everyone, I would like to find a place to close up and make a breakthrough. Could you give me 1 day?" 1 day was more than enough to make a breakthrough, since it was not the same as learning the profound sense. Yichen looked at Yen Fong Fong and Hai Wuya. Yen Fong Fong said, "Yichen, are you confident? The fruit is not easy to get. If you waste it, it will be gone forever." "Yeah, Yichen, there is no rush. Let's talk about it when we are confident." Yichen laughed. "I do not dare to say that I am 100% confident, but I am 99% confident." His training speed was not the top since it was related to his physical talent. In terms of making a breakthrough, not many people would be able to compete with him. His soul talent would make it easier for him to make a breakthrough. The reason why he was able to reach the Sea of Souls realm at the age of 24 was because it was easy for him to make a breakthrough. As for accumulating Zhen Yuan, he would be able to rely on pellets or natural treasures. "All right, 1 day is not that long. We will protect you." As they talked, the group flew toward the southeast. This was a desolate mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. Inside a small, inconspicuous mountain, Yichen was sitting with his legs crossed and training inside the hollowed-out mountain. Outside the mountain, Yen Fong Fong, Hai Wuya, and the rest were also sitting down to recover their Zhen Yuan. Chapter 593. Before they knew it, the sky had already darkened. All right, it would be best if you do not train at night. The night here is filled with an invisible evil qi. If you are not careful, the evil qi will invade your mind and affect your mind. Yen Fong Fong was the first one to wake up from her meditation and wake the others up. Ling Tianhao said, "Yichen is still training. Should we remind him?" Hai Wuya chuckled. "Do not underestimate Yichen. His sword intent is the scariest I have ever seen. This bit of evil qi will not affect him at all. Plus, sword artists rarely go crazy. Their sword intent can kill the invading evil qi." In the center of the mountain, such a magical fruit. Not only does it contain a huge amount of natural power, it can also nourish the body and improve the dantian. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, the breakthrough in the realm would also be the breakthrough in the dantian. Once the dantian was improved, the breakthrough would come naturally. As for the mind control ability, Yichen had never lacked it before, which was also the reason why he could reach the Sea of Souls realm so quickly. Sensing with his mind, Yichen could feel that his Dantian was changing. As it changed, the Zhenyuan ocean inside was changing as well, becoming more and more pure. Every tiny bit of it had the power to pierce through mountains. If the whole Zhenyuan ocean exploded, it would definitely be able to turn everything within dozens of miles upside down. Shoo! Shoo! As his Dantian and Zhenyuan changed, more and more impurities were smelted out, flowing into Yi Chen's right hand through his meridians. Yi Chen's right hand shone with a blue light, which was mixed with a grayish-black qi. It had a corrosive property, causing the air to sizzle. I did not expect my Zhenyuan to have so many impurities, and they are corrosive as well. Yi Chen had thought that his Zhenyuan was already pure enough, and even if there were impurities, there would not be many. However, he did not expect that he would still be able to refine out impurities from his pure Zhenyuan. Moreover, these impurities were different from the impurities he had seen before. As for his Dantian, it contained even more impurities since it was the place to store Zhenyuan. Every time he made a breakthrough, his Zhenyuan would be purified, but there would still be some impurities hidden in the corners of his Dantian. As time passed, Yi Chen's right hand was almost completely covered in that grayish-black qi, which was very frightening. If he were to battle with someone, this palm attack would be enough to wound the opponent severely. Yeah, my Dantian is expanding, and my Zhenyuan is increasing as well. I should not be too far away from the breakthrough. Sensing the change in his Dantian, Yi Chen took a deep breath and continued to circulate his Zhenyuan, speeding up the process. The next morning, pop! With the short mountain as the center, the natural Yuan Qi was messed up. Then, a shocking amount of Yuan Qi gathered into a Yuan Qi flow, passing through the surface of the mountain and pouring into Yi Chen's body. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's body was like an extremely precise machine, continuously converting the Yuan Qi flow into Zhenyuan. Breakthrough. Outside of the mountain, Yen Fengfeng and the rest could feel the natural change caused by Yi Chen. TSK, he is indeed worthy of being able to compete with the Duguju Dantai Mingyue. Breaking through just like that. I wonder how much effort it took for me to reach mid-sea of Soul's realm. Hai Wuya praised. Inside the empty mountain, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold lightning shot out as he threw out a palm attack onto the mountain wall in front of him. Pooh! The mountain wall seemed to have decayed as it softened down. So many corrosive impurities. Yi Chen was shocked, but at least I have reached mid-sea of Soul's realm. The amount and quality of my Zhenyuan have increased to another level. For Yi Chen, every breakthrough was extremely precious. After reaching Sea of Soul's realm, the only thing he lacked was time. Yi Chen, you made a breakthrough? Yen Fengfeng and the other 3 walked in. Standing up, Yi Chen laughed. Not bad. I did not waste the fruit. Your breakthrough is indeed fast. It only took you half a day. Yi Chen had closed up for training yesterday afternoon, and it was already the morning of the 2nd day. Only 14 hours had passed, and the forethought that it would take him until this afternoon. Sorry for making everyone wait for so long. Let's go now. There was only 1 month in a year in the Savage Ruin Ancient Place, so the Savage Evil Qi was sparse. Moreover, as the month went on, the Savage Evil Qi would get thicker and thicker. Although Yi Chen was not afraid, he still had to think about Guanqin and Ling Tianhao. Since that is the case, let's go. Yen Fengfeng nodded. After a night of rest, everyone was in a good condition. The area on the map was very far away. After 3 days, Yi Chen and the other 4 finally arrived at the edge of the area. According to the map, there is a small forbidden place 300 miles ahead. It is not a small forbidden place, and it is very dangerous. But the more dangerous it is, the more rewards there will be. Yen Fengfeng opened the map and glanced at it before looking at the front. Fortune comes from danger. Since we are already here, how can we miss it? Hai Wuya laughed. Brother Hai is right. No one would complain about having more treasures. In fact, resources were sometimes more important than talent. Otherwise, why would there be so many martial geniuses in the big martial institutions? Although Yi Chen was not a disciple of a big martial institution, he had a lot of opportunities along the way. 300 miles was only a couple of breaths for the five. This place was a massive volcano. The five stood on top of the volcano and looked down. It was obvious that the volcano was shockingly wide. It was more than 1,000 meters wide. If such a wide volcano were to explode, it would be a devastating disaster. There are a lot of minerals in the volcano, as well as some extreme yang treasures. Yen Fengfeng was the first to enter the volcano. She was a descendant of the phoenix, so fire could not harm her at all. Instead, it could increase her battle power. Coming to the volcano was like coming home. The inside of the volcano was a massive space. The top of the volcano was more than 1,000 meters wide, and the bottom was dozens of li wide. As far as the eye could see, it was a golden lava lake. There were many huge black rocks on the surface of the lake, and on these rocks there were some spirit plants. A few golden plants attracted Yi Chen's attention. Intense sungrass is not a precious spirit plant, but refining the shadowless poison's antidote requires it. The intense yang medicinal power can eliminate most of the poison. Shua. Flying down, Yi Chen picked a few intense sungrasses. The others also started moving. Hovering above a massive rock, Yen Fengfeng frowned. On the surface of the rock, there were some dents which were left by harvesting the herbs. Judging from these dents, they were obviously made recently, as the edges and corners were very clear. Someone has been here. Yen Fengfeng came to a conclusion. Indeed, someone has been here. But there is not even a single upper-grade fire cloud stone. Only some mid-grade and below. Hai Wuya was greatly disappointed. Fire cloud stone was an extremely precious spirit stone, containing a powerful flame power. Normally, it would be formed in volcanoes. However, ordinary volcanoes only had low-grade fire cloud stones. Mid-grade fire cloud stones would take at least several thousand years to form, and upper-grade fire cloud stones could only be found in volcanoes that had existed for tens of thousands of years. A huge battle took place here. Ling Tianhao found traces of battle on the inner walls of the volcano. Bad luck, let's go somewhere else. Yen Fengfeng flew out. Half a day later, Yen Fengfeng's face was unsightly. All the forbidden areas on the map had been entered by someone, and it was only recently. What a coincidence! Hai Wuya revealed a doubtful expression. Sucking in a deep breath, Yen Fengfeng said, "The other party should have a map just like me." She had already thought it through. The person who had sold her the map must have made a lot of copies. Although hers was the original, it did not make much of a difference. Yi Chen thought for a bit and said, "If we search the forbidden areas in order, we will only be one step behind the others. In my opinion, we should choose the furthest forbidden area first." Yi Chen is right. Hai Wuya's eyes shone. That's the only way. Yen Fengfeng felt that this method was feasible. Ha! No one has been to these forbidden areas indeed. Brother Yi is indeed smart. On top of a mine, Hai Wuya looked at the precious ores and spirit plants growing along with them, and could not help but laugh. Starting from the furthest forbidden area, the five explored several forbidden areas. The forbidden areas of the savage ancient place were indeed dangerous, but with the five working together, there was no situation they could not deal with. Each of them had a bountiful harvest. I have already found more than half of the materials for the shadowless poison. Perhaps I can get more. The shadowless poison was one of the most mysterious poisons in the world. Even life and death realm warriors could not cure it. It was not hard to imagine how rare and precious the materials for the antidote would be. After sweeping through this forbidden area, the five flew toward another forbidden area. 1,000 miles away, there was a huge underground cave, and one could faintly hear the roar of a dragon coming from it. Outside the cave, colorful yuan qi gathered into the shape of a dragon, circling and soaring. It was a grand scene. Many demonic beasts rushed into the cave, but soon miserable cries rang out and stopped abruptly. Shoo! Shoo! A group of people flew over. Such a rich dragon qi. This place must be a dragon cave. This group of people was indeed the Sky Tiger race's Machi Lu and the blue-eyed white wolf Ao family's Ao Wubai, and the rest of them that Yen Fengfeng and the other four had met on their way to the savage ruin ancient place. Machi Lu chuckled. There are a lot of dragon blood plants in the ruins, which are quite beneficial for us demi-beasts. If we can get the dragon bone jade marrow, it would be even better. Ao Wubai said, after so many years, the dragon bone jade marrow would have turned into fossils already. Although the chance is small, it is not impossible. Let's go in. Machi Lu could sense that there were a lot of powerful beasts in the cave. He immediately activated his Zhen Yuan, and a fierce tiger shadow appeared behind him. It had a pair of wings on its back, and its pupils were gold in color. A blue-eyed white wolf shadow appeared behind Ao Wubai as well. Obviously, it was even more powerful than the warriors from the Ao family that Yi Chun had met before. It was even 4 to 5 times bigger, and there was no emotion in its blue eyes. As for the few people behind them, they were all demi-beasts as well. They all activated their bloodline shadows. Some of them were bears, and some were eagles. After half an hour, another group of people arrived. It was Yi Chun and the other 4. Dragon Qi. It is the dragon cave. Yen Fengfeng and Yi Chun were the first to sense the dragon Qi in the sky. Chapter 594. Entering the cave. The 5 once again discovered that someone had entered first, and not too long before them. TSK. The strength of the newcomer is not weak at all. This is a fire dragon wolf, but it was killed in one claw attack. Even its skull was smashed. Hai Wuya squatted down and carefully identified the dead demonic beast. Fire dragon wolf, a demonic wolf with dragon bloodline. Everyone, be careful. The dragon qi here is extremely viscous, greatly weakening the detection of soul power. Yen Fengfeng's brows creased. Her soul power could only radiate out several hundred meters, and it was not a perfect circle, but rather irregular. Let's go this way. 2 forks appeared in front of them. One of the forks led for 1,000 meters, and there were a few demonic beast corpses. Yi Chun didn't want to encounter the group of people in front so early, so he chose the other fork. Roar. Indeed, no one had passed through this fork, and a thorn dragon lizard darted out. Courting death. Yen Fengfeng's right hand was wreathed in blue flames, turning into a huge green jade phoenix claw, which tore off the lizard's head. Don't judge a book by its cover. Yen Fengfeng looks noble and charming in her human form, but when she attacks, she is incomparably brutal. But it makes sense. Blue Phoenix is a demonic beast, and demonic beasts are more aggressive than humans. Yi Chun glanced at the lizard's corpse and smiled bitterly. The dragon cave was filled with dragon qi, and some powerful demonic beasts occupied this place, gradually absorbing the dragon qi and evolving the dragon bloodline. With the dragon bloodline, one's cultivation level wouldn't increase, but their battle prowess would increase. There were also some demonic beasts that already had the dragon bloodline, and they were like tigers that had grown wings. Continuing forward for 7 to 8 li, an extremely oppressive dragon claw demonic cow blocked in front of the five. Its eyes were filled with a bloody light, looking ruthless and cruel. It could sense a trace of dragon power in Yi Chen's body. And Yan Fengfeng was even more powerful, as she had the pure blue phoenix power inside her body. If it could eat the two of them, its power would definitely reach the next level, and it would have a chance to become a half-step demonic beast king. Dragon claw demonic cow. I didn't expect to see it here. It's almost extinct outside. Unfortunately, the difficulty of taming a demonic beast with the bloodline of a dragon is much higher than other demonic beasts. Otherwise, I would have to injure it severely and bring it out of the savage, desolate ancient land. To tame a demonic beast, it was usually tamed from a young age. It was almost impossible to tame a demonic beast that had the bloodline of a dragon. So far, no one had ever heard of anyone successfully taming a demonic beast with the bloodline of a dragon. Roar! The dream-eating wolf barked in the familiar beast plate. It was more interested in the dragon claw demon cow than the thorny dragon lizard. The latter had only absorbed dragon energy and evolved the dragon bloodline. The former itself contained the dragon bloodline, and even its hooves had turned into dragon claws. The dragon claw devil cow was not easy to deal with. Seriously speaking, no one present was its opponent, but with 5 people joining forces, the dragon claw devil cow could only be beaten. Nirvana flame. Yan Fengfeng turned into her blue phoenix form and spat out a mouthful of blue-red flame, hitting the dragon claw demonic bull's head. Puchi, the dragon claw demon cow's terrifying defense, was burned through, and part of its brain was burnt. Endless vitality. Holding the thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen struck the dragon claw demonic bull's chest for the 12th time. The sword tip pierced deeply, piercing through its heart. The dragon claw demonic bull's vitality was extremely tenacious. Before its death, its huge dragon claw waved at Yi Chen, locking down the space around it. Break! His left index finger pointed at the frozen void, and Yi Chen pierced through it, avoiding the claw attack. Missing its target, the dragon claw demonic bull's vitality was completely exhausted, and it fell to the ground. This demonic bull deserves to die. It actually wounded me so badly. Among the 5, Yi Chen, Yan Fengfeng, and Hai Wuya were engaged in close combat with the dragon claw demonic bull, while Ling Tianhao and Guan Qin were assisting from afar. Yan Fengfeng's speed was unparalleled, so the dragon claw demonic bull naturally couldn't do anything to her. Yi Chen's dodging ability was also outstanding, allowing him to narrowly avoid every attack. Hai Wuya, on the other hand, was not so lucky. The dragon claw demonic bull's claw landed on his chest. If not for Yan Fengfeng's timely assistance, this claw would have ripped out all of his ribs and shattered all of his internal organs. Fortunately, I got a Heaven Yuan white fruit earlier. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to return home. Sucking in a cold breath, Hai Wuya swallowed a chicken egg-sized white fruit. This Heaven Yuan white fruit was originally meant to save his life in the future, and he was really reluctant to use it. However, compared to the treasures in the Dragon Cave ruins, it was necessary to give up a Heaven Yuan white fruit. After a quarter of an hour, Hai Wuya was completely healed, and the 5 continued forward. That green scaled draconic lion was really scary. It took the 6 of us to work together to kill it. In another cave, a half-beast young man said with lingering fear. Machi Lu said, the green scaled draconic lion was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it was facing us. The green scaled draconic lion's battle power was even higher than the dragon claw demonic cows, and the cow-type demonic beast's battle talent was still weaker than the lion-type demonic beasts. After not seeing each other for a few months, Brother Machi's heavenly tiger bloodline has become even purer. I'm afraid it's not far from completion. Ao, Wubai, and Machi Lu were partners, but also competitors. In the battle with the green-scaled draconic lion, just now, the scene of Machi Lu smashing the latter's head with one claw was extremely terrifying. Ao Wubai guessed that Machi Lu's strength might be a bit higher than his. Of course, in a battle of life and death, it was still uncertain who would win. Machi Lu smiled and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. If I'm not wrong, you've already condensed a trace of the blue-eyed white wolf's power. With that, you can transform into a werewolf in a short time." Hee, isn't Brother Machi the same? The ultimate form of a half-beast was to transform into a half-beast. Half-human, the other half-demonic beast. This way, their battle power would be at its peak. After a while, 2 more forks appeared in front of the 6. So many forks were almost 100 li underground. Yi Chen's side was also faced with many choices, so they could only follow their instincts. Forks after forks, choices after choices. Unknowingly, the 5 of them had reached even deeper underground. There were no more forks in front of them, only a vast underground world. This world contained many ferocious phenomena. There was underground magma, bone-corroding poisonous water, bone-scraping divine winds, and flocks of blazing dragon birds flying in the sky. This magma is a bit special. Blazed dragon birds never come to this side. Hai Wuya sensed something strange. Swish! Yi Chen flicked his hand and shot out a piece of iron fragment. It was as fast as light, but once it reached the magma river, it immediately fell down and melted into ashes. Super strong gravity. Yi Chen frowned. It is just magma. What kind of magma could break through our protective Jinyuan? Ling Tianhao did not care at all. Yan Fengfeng glanced at Ling Tianhao. "Brother Ling, if you had come here alone, you would have most likely died here. This lava is not normal lava, and it is not even lava at all. It is the dragon flame formed by the fire power after being highly compressed." Dragon flame? Yi Chun and the other 3 were shocked. Yan Fengfeng explained, "Dragons are the legendary beasts, and most of them can breathe fire, which is the dragon flame. Once a bit of it is diluted, it can turn into a sea of fire. In terms of pure destructive power, even my phoenix ancestor would not be able to compete with it. This is the natural power of dragons." This is indeed horrifying. Everyone was clear that even the most gentle water could explode with horrifying power after being compressed, not to mention the dragon flame. Then, how do we get there? Guan Qin tilted her head and asked. Yan Fengfeng chuckled. "You guys have forgotten that my original form is a blue phoenix. The fire power will not harm me at all. Although the dragon flame is horrifying, it is not from the mouth of a dragon. There are some differences between the two. I will bring you guys over." As she spoke, she jumped into the air, turning into a massive blue phoenix. Her whole body was covered in blue flames, looking very noble and powerful. Come on. Under normal circumstances, Yan Fengfeng would not carry anyone. But now was an exception. Hearing her, the 5 jumped onto the blue phoenix's back. Shoo! Yan Fengfeng flapped her wings and flew toward the other side of the lava river. On the way, Yan Fengfeng could not resist the attraction of the lava river and was forced to fly close to it. That horrifying dragon flame and blue flame canceled each other out, and nothing happened. Soon, the 5 arrived at the other side of the magma river. 500 miles away from here, Machi Lu and Ao Wubai were also blocked by the magma river, unable to move forward. "It is just a magma river. Watch me." The half-beast teenager with the massive black eagle on his back extended his body and flew out at an extreme speed, wanting to reach the other side in one breath. Ah, Before he could reach the center of the magma river, the half-beast teenager fell straight down and was burned into nothingness by the magma river. His voice stopped abruptly. Impossible. What kind of magma is this? Apart from Machi Lu, Ao Wubai, and the other three turned pale with fright. A pondering expression flickered in Machi Lu's eyes. It can't be the dragon flame, right? Machi Lu thought of something and blurted out, "Brother Machi, does the dragon flame you mentioned have something to do with dragons?" Not many people knew about the dragon flame. After all, dragons were demonic beasts of legends, and most people had only read about them in ancient books. Machi Lu said, "The dragon flame is the most powerful flame power. Its destructive power is not inferior to the phoenix flame. A trace of the dragon flame is enough to burn all of us into ashes." Then, we can only watch from here. Everyone understood that there must be treasures in front of them. Who would want to be blocked outside? Frowning, Machi Lu said, "I don't know how long this dragon flame has existed. Its power is certainly not as strong as before. Let's see how powerful its destructive power is first." Machi Lu took out an upper-grade artifact from his storage ring and threw it into the magma river. Swoosh! The upper-grade artifact that even Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't destroy melted at a visible speed, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breaths. A blink of an eye is enough for us to borrow power. But, according to the width of the magma river, we'll have to waste 5 upper-grade artifacts each. Let's go all out. You can't catch the wolf without risking it. Right. There must be some rare treasures inside. We can't miss it. As one of the top geniuses of the Sky Marshal region, the 5 had quite a bit of wealth. They didn't lack upper-grade artifacts. Of course, they would definitely feel heartache. Even if they couldn't use them, they could still be sold for hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. Just like that, the 5 smoothly crossed the magma river. Chapter 5, 95. Damn it! These crazy birds! Just after crossing the lava river, Machi Lu and the other 4 were attacked by a group of crazy flaming dragon birds. After breaking through the blazing dragon birds' encirclement, a black river blocked their way. This black river was like ink, and it was extremely dense. When the wind blew past, it didn't even cause a ripple. On the shore, there were a few white bone boats. The river is poisonous. Get on the boat. Machi Lu saw an injured flaming dragon bird fall into the river with his own eyes. When Machi Lu and the other 4 got on the boat, Yi Chun and the rest had already reached the center of the river. I did not expect that there would be white bone boats on this bone-corroding poison river. So thoughtful. These flaming dragon birds are also staring at us, not daring to come down. The 5 picked 2 boats. Yan Fengfeng, Ling Tianhao, and Guanqin were on one boat, while Yichen and Hai Wuya were on the other. Yichen laughed. They are afraid of the bone-corroding poison water. Once touched by a little bit, they would be completely destroyed. Therefore, they do not dare to get close to the river. Why do I feel like these flaming dragon birds are whispering to each other? Hai Wuya glanced at the flaming dragon birds in the sky and frowned. Boom! Just as Hai Wuya finished speaking, an extremely malevolent black crocodile appeared on the surface of the Black River near the boat. This was the poison dragon crocodile. It was incomparably venomous, and anyone who was poisoned by it could not be saved. For some reason, it did not ram the white bone boat. Gold resonant radiance soared. Yi Chen's reaction shocked Hai Wuya. The second the black crocodile jumped out of the water, a slightly wide sword-shaped light wave shot out like a crescent moon. It was indeed Yi Chun who had waved the sword. Swoosh! The poison dragon crocodile's defense was not that high way weaker than the other crocodile-type beasts. After being beheaded by one sword attack, its tensed body fell down hard, the black river corroding its body through the wound. Before Yichen could let out a breath, more poison dragon crocodiles jumped out, shooting out black venom toward the two from all directions. Rise! Hai Wuya circulated his Junyuan, wanting to lift the white bone boat into the air. However, it was as if the white bone boat had taken root, sticking to the river and not moving at all. Hai Wuya finally understood why the poison dragon crocodile didn't knock the boat over. It turned out that for some unknown reason, the boat could only move forward and backward. It was impossible to knock it over. Boundless four directions. Seeing that the boat was unable to rise, Hai Wuya spun around and sent out a palm strike in all directions. The palm winds condensed into a wall, blocking the poison outside. Yichen did not stay idle either. His sword-shaped light wave shot out along the surface of the river. When he had reached the mid-sea of Soul's realm, he had a sudden inspiration, and his gold profound had reached the next level. It had pushed his gold resonant radiant sword art beyond its limit, reaching 110% completion. It had already deviated from its original form and was slowly evolving into a light wave. Yichen knew that it was because his sword attack was at a low level, while his gold profound was at a high level. But of course, no matter what, his gold resonant radiant sword art was indeed much more powerful than before. Puff, 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 puff. The light wave flashed once, and one after another, the poison dragon crocodiles sank into the river. On the other side, Yen Fengfeng used her blue phoenix fire to cover the white bone boat, while using her palm blade to attack the crocodiles, looking just as easy. The main character is here. The black river that had not been moving at all started to have huge bubbles. The surface of the river was filled with swirls, making a loud noise. Boom! Within the black water column that shot into the sky, a poison dragon crocodile with a wriggling body jumped out of the water. It looked like a flood dragon, but not a crocodile. Its body was extremely long, looking like a combination of a flood dragon and a crocodile. On its tail, there was even a row of thorns. Pap! The air had been ripped apart. This poison dragon crocodile waved its tail, attacking toward Yi Chen's boat in the air. Get the fuck back. Hai Wuya liked to fight head-on. He flipped his right hand and threw out a palm attack. His palm power was as powerful as ocean waves. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the poison dragon crocodile's tail, and Hai Wuya's palm were locked in a stalemate. Break! Yichen seized the opportunity and pointed his finger at the crocodile's eye, piercing through it. Who? The poison dragon crocodile was extremely furious, so it lifted up its hind leg that was closest to Yichen. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light as it attacked over. Crossing the two swords in front of each other, Yichen blocked out the claw attack of the crocodile leader while throwing back a thunderball. Phoenix Peck! Yen Fengfeng's right hand turned into a blue jade phoenix claw. The tip of the claw closed together, and a beam of flame shot out, piercing through the crocodile's other eye. Without both of its eyes, the poison dragon crocodile had a lot of battling power, but it could not use it to its full potential. Soon, it escaped into the Black River and disappeared. After crossing the Black River, the five reached the shore. In front of him was a gray gale. It was extremely dense, carrying a faint gray crystal silk. Yi Chen threw out a top-rank artifact, which was immediately riddled with holes. Fortunately, it did not shatter. There are not a lot of gray crystal strings here. If we are careful, we should be fine. The five of them glanced at each other, then rushed into the gale. Inside the Black River, I did not expect this level to be so much easier than the Lava River. There are only some weak defensive poison dragon crocodiles. Machi Lu and the other four thought that they would run into more danger, so they were very nervous. But they did not expect that they would make it to the other side without any danger. Getting on the shore, the five observed the wind for a while before jumping in as well. Be careful! There are wind spirits inside. Just then, countless wind blades attacked toward Yen Fengfeng, but she dodged them with her extreme speed. Within the intense wind, there seemed to be a human figure with a similar color to the wind. The human figure seemed to be floating in the air, seeming to have merged with the wind, making it hard to be seen. Yen Fengfeng was about to perform her nirvana flame when a powerful destructive sword intent spread out in all directions. The wind spirits that were close to it shrieked before their bodies disappeared. The ones that were further away had their bodies turn blurry as they tried to escape, not daring to get close to the five at all. This sword intent, it has the destructive will. Yen Fengfeng and the other three looked at Yi Chun with surprise. Yi Chun was the nemesis of this kind of natural life form. His peak level rank 4 destruction sword intent was equivalent to peak level rank 5 normal sword intent. Added with the special destruction element, it would not be hard for him to kill those wind spirits. The five continued to move forward, and soon they passed through the wind zone. Gasp! Lifting their eyes, the five of them gasped at the same time. In their line of sight, there was a huge skeleton. The skeleton's body was wriggling like a python coiled into a circle. Its huge head was slightly raised, and there were 2 antlers on its head. An invisible pressure was emitted from the skeleton, making it difficult for the 5 of them to even breathe. It is a dragon skeleton. Yen Fengfeng mumbled to herself. This pressure, it should be a pure dragon aura, right? It is even more horrifying than the ice flood dragon's aura. Even my Zhenyuan circulation is restricted. Yi Chen tried his best to push his Zhenyuan, and the dragon power filled up his body, canceling out the pressure brought by the dragon aura. A dragon that has been dead for God knows how many years can bring out this much pressure. I wonder how powerful it would be when it was alive. Look, there are dragon blood plants everywhere. There are at least dozens of them. Guanqin's breathing accelerated. The dragon blood plant was a top rank plant that would only appear in places that had been soaked in dragon blood. It contained the dragon blood, and after being trained, it could form a beam of dragon power, which would strengthen the body. Training dozens of dragon blood plants would increase the dragon power quite a lot, which would allow them to have the same power as body training warriors. Maybe there is dragon bone jade marrow in the dragon bones. After refining the dragon bone jade marrow, it can also strengthen the physique. It can also form a thin layer of dragon bone defense on the surface of the body, greatly increasing the defensive power. In terms of value, the dragon bone marrow was even more valuable than the dragon blood plant. It was a semi-extreme rank item, but it would not be easy to block out this dragon aura. The dignity of the dragon could not be challenged, and the will of the dragon was even more unpredictable. After the dragon died, although its body would become very weak, the dragon aura that it gave off would not be weak at all. It was the proof of its power when it was alive. There really are dragon bones here, and so many dragon blood plants. Losing 5 top-rank weapons is nothing. 1 or 2 dragon blood plants would be enough to make up for it. 5 human figures appeared out of the wind. Machi Lu and Ao Wubai, who were leading the group, could not help but laugh out loud. The other 3 held their breaths, as well, greed written all over their faces. Yen Fengfeng, give me some face and leave this place. Machi Lu, will owe you a favor. Machi Lu was afraid of Yen Fengfeng the most, so he tried to negotiate. Yen Fong Fong turned her head. How much is your favor worth? I don't need it. Ao Wubai took a step forward. What if I join in? Offending the Sky Tiger race and my blue-eyed white wolf family at the same time. I believe you will make the right choice. What? You want us to leave with just a few words? Do you think we are idiots? Hai Wuya mocked. Hai Wuya, I will remember this. Once we get out, I will beat you to death. Ao Wubai's pupils were like a wolf's, looking very dangerous. Beat me to death. Hai Wuya laughed out of anger. Brother Hai, no need to waste time with him. This place is a good place to bury them. After his breakthrough, Yi Chun had not had the chance to test it out with someone yet. He really wanted to know if his extreme battling power could kill demi-beast martial geniuses at this level. Yes, bury them. Hai Wuya revealed a killing intent. Brat, I have never seen you before, but just because of what you have said today, there will be no place for you to live anymore. Even Yen Fong Fong will not be able to protect you. Come out now, and I will leave you with a whole body. A blue-eyed white wolf shadow appeared behind Ao Wubai's back, waving its massive wolf tail. You. Yi Chen turned around to face him. Ao Wubai chuckled lightly. Which family or martial institution are you from? Do you have the guts to tell me? Within 3 months, I will kill your whole family. I, Ao Wubai, am a man of my words. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see that day. Today, I will beat you to death before wiping out your family and martial institution. Shoo! Ao Wubai stomped on the ground and threw out a fist attack toward Yi Chen. Behind him, the blue-eyed white wolf shadow was huge, adding power to his attack. Chapter 596. Brother Yi, be careful. Ever since Yi Chun had reached the mid-sea of Soul's realm, Hai Wuya had no idea how powerful Yi Chen was anymore. All he knew was that Yi Chen's power was definitely not weaker than his. As for how much more powerful it was, he would have to observe further. Plus, Ao Wubai was not that easy to deal with either. 8 wild wolf fist. Ao Wubai's movement was very weird, just like a wolf. He waved his fist, and that aggressive fist wind turned into a hungry wolf that rushed out. It roared into the sky with a strange magical power, as if a full moon had appeared in the sky. Wolf will. Oh, right, this guy has the bloodline of the blue-eyed white wolf in him after all. An extremely penetrating yell was heard as Yi Chen jumped out of the ground. His Jun Yuan, which was a level higher, exploded all of a sudden as he stabbed his sword into the head of the wolf. Wolf shadow jump. Ao Wubai did not even bother to look at the result of his fist attack. His body jumped, disappearing right in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Then, shadows appeared one after another. At first, they were Ao Wubai's shadows, but later on, they turned into wolf shadows. It seems like Ao Wubai did not underestimate his opponent at all. He had even performed his wolf shadow jump. Yen Fong Fong, I will ask you again. Are you leaving or not? I admit that you are very powerful, but your partner might not be. Machi Lu looked at Yen Fong Fong with confidence. I believe that they will not lose. A bright blue flame appeared behind Yen Fengfeng's back, looking like a pair of massive fire wings. Both of her hands had turned into massive green jade phoenix claws. The claws looked very thin, not as thick as the dragon claws or tiger claws. But that sharp arc was enough to shock Machi Lu. All right, since you are so stubborn, then I will save my breath. Everyone, let's go. Whoever kills their opponent first, I will give him more of the dragon blood plant. Roar. Screech. The demi-beasts had the characteristics of the beasts. When they went crazy, they would be extremely brutal. Under the stimulation of the dragon blood plant, they all rushed at their opponents excitedly. Machi Lu, when we fought 3 years ago, you were defeated by me. I wonder how much progress you have made now. Yen Fengfeng's speed was unparalleled. With only one step, she had already arrived in front of Machi Lu. Her indestructible green jade phoenix claw waved upwards, wanting to take off Machi Lu's head. 3 years ago, I lost to you in a single move. Today, I'll make you pay me back double. Machi Lu's hands had turned into platinum tiger claws. The tiger claws were sparkling and translucent, as if they had been forged from the finest and purest metal. They were full of texture, while the tiger claws were like profound iron, their thickness and sharpness enough to make one's scalp go numb. The first impression that these tiger claws gave off was that they were born to slaughter. Dang! Machi Lu blocked Yen Fengfeng's attack with a claw attack. Phoenix peck! Yen Fengfeng retracted her other blue claw and pecked at Machi Lu's eyes. Tiger God Whip! A white light flashed, and a couple meters long white gold tiger tail swung out from Machi Lu's back, whipping at Yen Fengfeng's wrist. This Machi Lu even grew a tiger tail. All right. Yen Fengfeng's eyes were burning as she backed out. The pair of fire wings on her back attacked from both sides, reaching out dozens of meters. Shoo! 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 That sharp claw shadow appeared from time to time, as Ao Wubai pushed his movement and attack speed to a higher level. Ting! Ting! Yi Chen controlled his step art to be within one step. Within that one step, he turned and moved. The Thunder Disaster Sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake, clashing with Ao Wubai's claw shadow. Speed against speed, still unable to do anything to him. Shoo! The wolf shadow disappeared, and Ao Wubai's body appeared. It seems like I have underestimated you, but this is good as well. Otherwise, the situation would be too boring. Now, it is time for the main course, the bloodline bonding. Roaring into the sky, the blue-eyed white wolf shadow behind him merged with his body. His head and face started to grow longer, and his fangs started to pop out. White first started to grow on his body. Following the back of his neck, the muscles on his back started to expand as well. Then it was his arms, then his stomach, and then his legs. His clothes were torn apart instantly. Within the blink of an eye, Ao Wubai had turned into a werewolf standing upright. His body was covered in white fur, and his chest muscles were piled up together. Both of his arms and legs were extremely long, and that fluffy wolf tail was swinging back and forth, full of wild power. Such a powerful power. Every time the bloodline bonding happens, I feel so good. Unfortunately, it is only 15 minutes. But it is more than enough to take care of you. Die, leaning his body forward. Ao Wubai's speed was pushed to its limit as his right wolf claw reached toward Yi Chen's heart. It was so fast that only a white line could be seen. So fast. It was the first time Yi Chen had seen a demi-beast transformation. Speed sword hell. The Thunder Disaster Sword disappeared, and in front of Yi Chen, the sword light was everywhere. Break for me. Ao Wubai broke through the sword light blockade and attacked with his claw. Swoosh! Yi Chen took a couple of steps to the side, and a crack appeared on his right shoulder, exposing the shining gold armor. You can't dodge it. Ao Wubai turned around and threw out a powerful right leg. His foot claw was not any weaker than his hand claw. It was also extremely sharp, and it had the advantage of length. Dang! Yi Chen blocked out with his sword while his whole body backed out. Tisk TSK. Your reaction is quite fast, but how long can you last? After transforming into a werewolf, my speed and power have reached an explosive stage. Moreover, the angrier I am, the stronger I become. This is a power that far surpasses that of a human. Shoo! Ao Wubai disappeared once again, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 steps behind Yi Chen. Sparks appeared on the Thunder Disaster Sword, as Yi Chun took half a step to the side. If it were not for the vague claw shadow in front of him, no one would know that they had exchanged an attack. Impossible. I dodged it. That was even faster than before. The smile froze on his face as Ao Wubai's pupils shrunk as he stared at Yi Chun. Yi Chun said lightly, "Even if you were twice as fast, you would not be able to hurt me." If Yan Fengfeng's speed was unparalleled at the Sea of Souls realm, then in terms of reaction, observation, and coordination, Yi Chun would be unparalleled as well. No one would be able to hurt him with speed, unless it was a head-on battle. On the other side, Yan Fengfeng and Machi Lu were still battling. Yan Fengfeng laughed. "I told you they would not lose." In fact, Yi Chen's performance had shocked her quite a bit as well. After Ao Wubai had turned into a werewolf, his short-distance movement speed was not that much slower than hers. And yet, Yi Chun was able to turn his body to the side and block all of a sudden. In other words, even if it was her, she would not be able to get the upper hand with speed. So what? Even if speed does not get the upper hand, the difference in power is like heaven and earth. Machi Lu started to pay more attention to Yi Chun. This guy's power might be similar to Hai Wuya's, but his overall power was surprisingly high. Speed did not work on him at all. Wolf Rush, exploding teeth. Knowing that pure speed would not work on Yi Chun, Ao Wubai decided to fight head-on. Of course, speed was still the key, but he had added more power. Boom! Ao Wubai's hand claws were extremely fast, forming a white line. Looking over, it looked like a massive wolf's fang, attacking at Yi Chen's head-on. Boom! A cluster of sawtooth, sword-shaped light, wave, welcomed the incoming attack. The two passed by each other. A swirl chi flow appeared in the air between the two. Wolf Rush, double exploding teeth. Turning around, Ao Wubai ran toward Yi Chun again. His two claws, one in front and one in the back, looked like the fangs of a massive wolf. The Thunder Disaster Sword was thrown out first, the gold sword attacking upward. The two swords intersected, forming a perfect cross-shaped sword light, blocking the two fangs. Die! Ao Wubai kicked out with his knee. Thunderbird transformation. The Thunder Disaster Sword suddenly left his hand as Yi Chun formed a fist with his right hand, throwing out a flying bird thunder light attack on Ao Wubai's chest. Boom! Ao Wubai was blown out backward. "How could you be faster than me?" Ao Wubai puked out a mouthful of blood as he said in disbelief. "It is not that I am faster than you. It is that you have not gotten used to this extreme speed and power yet. You have suddenly gained power, and you cannot control it completely. Plus, I had already noticed that your movements were not coordinated and were a bit out of shape. When a person suddenly gained a power that was a couple times more powerful, they would not be able to control it properly, and would not be able to turn that power into real power. Facing Yi Chun, any small mistake would be fatal. After a couple of rounds of battling, Yi Chun had soon found out his opponent's mistake. The moment his opponent's movement changed, Yi Chun knew that the killing attack was coming, so he attacked first. Void Shattering Finger. The fist that had been thrown out reached out an index finger, which shone with a bright light. A huge blue finger pressed onto Ao Wubai's chest. Pop! Ao Wubai's chest was badly mutilated as he crashed into that dark wind. Ao Wubai has lost. Machi Lu, who was battling with Yan Fengfeng, was shocked. He was accidentally kicked in the stomach by Yan Fengfeng, and the blue flame exploded. Retreat! Puking out a mouthful of blood, Machi Lu yelled out angrily. The other three saw what had happened and knew that the situation was hopeless. The most powerful ones, Machi Lu and Ao Wubai, were both wounded. If they stayed, it would be suicide. So, one after another, they ran into the wind despite their injuries. Hai Wuya and the other two could not stop them at all. You want to run? Yen Fongfong pushed her speed to its limit as she chased after them. Heaven Tiger, roar! Mochi Lu roared, and the Heaven Tiger shadow behind him roared as well. Time seemed to have stopped, and the space shook. Shoo! In that short second, it was enough for Mochi Lu to escape. He disappeared into the wind within a blink of an eye. Heaven Tiger, roar! It contains the willpower attack. Yen Fongfong stopped chasing. These demi-beasts are so hard to deal with. Hai Wuya walked over and shook his head helplessly. The other three, he had chosen the most powerful one, and he had been winning. But his opponent was extremely tough, and he would not be able to beat him within a short period of time. Plus, all of the demi-beasts had some weird powers. Yen Fongfong said killing one or two of them would be meaningless. Yeah, Yichen nodded. If it were only Ao Wubai, he would let the dream-eating wolf come out and kill him together. But there were 5 of them, and it would be impossible to kill them all. If one escaped, it would be troublesome. Therefore, it would be either not kill them or kill them all. Otherwise, if he killed one Ao Wubai, he would be attacked by the Ao family, which would be quite troublesome. Chapter 597. All right, no matter what, this victory belongs to us, and the dragon blood plants here belong to us as well. Yen Fongfong turned her head and looked at the plants near the dragon bones, then said seriously, but before we split the plants, I would like to state the rules. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. If a team wants to exist, then it has to be fair. What is fair? It is very simple. It will be split according to how much effort you put in. If you put in more effort, you will get more, and if you put in less effort, then you will get less. If we split it evenly, then it would be the biggest unfair. The longevity fruit was an exception. Sometimes we can talk about friendship, but of course, it is only occasionally. Looking over at Ling Tianhao and Guanqin, Yen Fongfong continued, You two have put in the least effort. Therefore, you two can only get 20% of the total. Head sister, I am fine with it. Me too. Ling Tianhao and Guanqin knew that they had put in the least effort, so it would be great if they could get 10% each. If it were the other teams, they would not even get 10%. As for the remaining 80%, I will get 20%. Yen Fongfong, you and Yichen will get 30% each. Hai Wuya took the initiative to suggest the battle between Yichen and Ao Wubai, letting him know that Yichen had already surpassed him and was not that much weaker than Yen Fongfong. Compared to Yen Fongfong, Yichen still had a couple of advantages, such as his powerful destruction sword intent, horrifying reaction, and observation. Just these two alone would be enough to make a big difference. For example, the wind spirit in the wind could not be threatened at all because of Yi Chen's existence. After saying that, Hai Wuya was a bit emotional. It had only been a while, and Yi Chen had already surpassed him. Brother Hai? Yen Fongfong, and Yi Chen looked at him. Yen Fongfong actually wanted the 3 of them to split the 80%, since it was the first time after all, so there was no need to split it so clearly. Hai Wuya laughed. Don't say any more. I know what I am doing, but next time I will fight for the distribution with my own power. Since that's the case, then so be it. Junior brother Yi, you don't have any objections, right? Xianhou thought more highly of Yi Chen, and Yen Fongfong had been calling Yi Chen as her brother-disciple. And this brother-disciple of hers was indeed a bit exaggerated. She had to admit that if it were a battle of life and death, although she had more than 50% chance of winning, there was still a chance that she would be beaten by him. So it would be reasonable for them to get 30% each. Yichen shook his head. After deciding on the distribution ratio, the next step was easy. Everyone split up to pick the dragon blood grass. Everyone hoped that there would be more dragon blood grass. I have 6 here. I also have 6. 9. 8. Gathering all the plants together, Yen Fengfeng forced a smile. 29 plants in total. One more would be great. 30 stalks of dragon bloodgrass was a round number, and it was the easiest to distribute. How about this? Junior Brother Ling and Guanqin will each get 3. Brother Hai, you get 6. Junior Brother Yi, you get 9. I'll take 8. Yen Fengfeng had lost 1. Sister Yen, this is my first time here, so I will take 8, and you take 9. Yi Chen took the 8 plants and put them into his storage ring. Hee hee. Hai Wuya chuckled. Yi Chen was more like him. Yen Fengfeng also had a better impression of Yi Chen. There were indeed a lot of dragon blood plants, but it was not something that normal people could just give up on. But this was good as well. Everyone could live in peace, and there should not be any conflicts in the future. Next is the dragon bone jade, marrow. The 5 lifted up their heads and looked at that massive dragon skeleton. After Sea of Souls realm warriors died, there would be a chance for spirit power crystal stones to appear in their bones. After life and death realm warriors died, spirit power crystal stones would appear in their bodies as well. But of course, the quality would be way higher than Sea of Souls realm warriors. After the dragons died, their bones would form the dragon bone jade marrow. But after all these years, no one knew if the dragon bone jade marrow in this dragon skeleton had turned into fossils or not. Break! Yen Fengfeng threw out a palm attack toward the dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton was no longer as tough as before. The only reason it could maintain its shape was because of the remnant dragon will. However, there was not much of it left. After the intense battle, just now, most of it had already fallen apart. At this moment, Yen Fengfeng's palm slapped over, shattering the skeleton into pieces. The broken pieces of the dragon bones were all over the ground. On top of it, there was a pile of light with a blue halo, which was about the size of an egg. It is the dragon bone jade, marrow. I did not expect it to still be here. It did not turn into a fossil. 1 dragon bone jade, marrow. How should we split it? The dragon bone jade marrow was way more valuable than the dragon blood plants, so no one wanted to give it up. Yi Chen said, "Let's see what we can do." "Everyone, please don't kill it." Yen Fengfeng nodded. "We will not fight for it." Ling, Tianhao, and Guanqin forced a smile, knowing that they would not be able to win against the 3 of them. Shoo! Yen Fengfeng turned into a blue flame and shot out. Yi Chen was not slow either. 5 beams of sword light appeared around his body, flashing once as he followed right behind Yen Fengfeng. Meanwhile, Hai Wuya performed his sky ocean godly palm art, affecting the balance between Yen Fengfeng and Yi Chen. Then he reached out his hand, trying to grab the dragon bone jade marrow. The 3 were fighting against each other, and the chi flow spread out. Not good. What is going on? Such a powerful willpower attack. Hai Wuya's face turned pale as he was blown away. It is this dragon bone jade, marrow. Yen Fengfeng frowned, stopping her body. Only Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He flew right next to the dragon bone jade marrow, reaching out his hand and sucking it over. It was a blue gem-like crystal stone, shining with a pure blue halo without any impurities. Grabbing it in his hand, Yi Chen could sense a powerful willpower spreading out, along with waves of energy vibration. "Brother Yi, congratulations. I did not expect this dragon bone jade marrow to contain such a powerful dragon willpower. Only you would be able to compete with it." Since he could not get it, Hai Wuya decided to let it go. Yen Fengfeng laughed, losing a dragon blood plant and getting a dragon bone jade marrow. It seems like the world is fair after all. The fact that the dragon bone jade marrow contained the willpower of the dragon was something that Yi Chen had not expected. Thinking about it, the reason why the dragon skeleton was still standing was because of the dragon bone jade marrow. After playing with the dragon bone jade marrow for a while, Yichun flicked his palm and put it away. He chuckled. Sorry, this dragon bone jade marrow is destined to be mine. With the dragon bone jade marrow, your defense would be at the top of the warriors at the same level. It would not be a weakness anymore. Sword artists usually had a weaker defense, and that was an undeniable fact. Let's go. Let's see if there are any other treasures. The dragon cave was huge, and they had only explored a small part of it. The first place to search was the crazy wind area. With Yi Chun there, the wind spirits inside would not be able to do anything to them. Soon, all 5 of them obtained some upper-rank wind essence stones. Wind essence stones were similar in value to fire cloud gems, and upper-rank wind essence stones were even rarer. Only when the wind elemental energy was extremely rich, and after thousands of years of blowing, could they be formed in the mountain rocks. After a whole day, the 5 of them had searched every corner of the cave and gotten a lot of treasures. They did not leave the cave until the morning of the 2nd day. In the following days, the 5 continued to explore other places. For them, this once-a-year opportunity was very precious since it was a big era right now. If one did not improve, others would. If one did not improve, one would fall behind. If they did not want to be eliminated, they would have to try their best to improve themselves. During this period of time, Yi Chun had finally stabilized his mid-sea of souls realm cultivation. He started to eat earth spirit pellets and sky spirit pellets to accumulate Zhen Yuan. Earth spirit pellets were rare pellets, and they had great effects. The sky spirit pellets were 3 times more effective than the earth spirit pellets. In just 1 week, Yi Chun had reached peak level mid-sea of souls realm from mid-sea of souls realm, and his Zhen Yuan had thickened by 20%. It is time to leave. At the end of the moon, the evil qi in the air was getting thicker and thicker. One could even see it with their naked eyes, and it seemed to be corrosive as well. We have gained enough. With all these resources, it would be hard for us not to improve. Next time we meet, I hope everyone can improve as well. The 5 got on the flying ship and flew back the way they came. In front of the barrier, boom, Yen Fengfeng tore apart the barrier with 1 claw attack, and the flying ship shot out. So many people. What is going on? Once they got out, the 5 saw hundreds of people gathered on the flat ground not far away. Among them, the weakest ones were spirit warriors, and there were a lot of master level C of souls realm warriors as well. After all, this was the month where the evil qi was the weakest in the whole year, so a lot of people had made their way here. Since it was the last day of the month, everyone started to leave the place. Look, it is Tai Shichong. Someone is looking for trouble with him, Ling Tianhao said with a low voice. Let's go and have a look. Riding the flying ship, the 5 arrived above the crowd. There were a lot of people standing in the air, all of whom were master level C of souls realm warriors. Tai Shichong, you hurt my cousin, so you should know what the consequences will be. Standing in front of Tai Shichong was a young man who was about the same age as Yi Chun. He was wearing a long silver robe, and there was a long and narrow great blade on his waist. His fingers were long and powerful, and his finger bones were slightly protruding out. Although it was Tai Shichong, one of the top 3 young sword masters, judging from his attitude, he did not think much of him at all. It is Duguju. I did not expect Duguju to find Tai Shichong this fast. Duguming is here as well. Hai Wuya was attracted immediately. He really wanted to know who was more powerful between Duguju and Tai Shichong, since it had been a long time since Duguju had fought. Tai Shichong sneered. Consequences? I am afraid you do not have the power to make me take the consequences. Once I take out my blade, there will be blood. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice for my blade. Duguju's expression was cold, without any expression. Brother Taisher, teach him a lesson. On the side, Li Feng and Li Lei, who had not fully recovered from their wounds, sneered as they looked at Duguju, a martial genius who had only reached the Sea of Souls realm for a year, wanted to challenge Tai Shichong, who had been famous for many years and was one of the top 3 young sword masters. Cousin, he left a sword mark on my chest. You should leave one on his chest as well. Duguming said viciously. Duguju looked at Tai Shichong as his body shot up into the sky. Don't worry, I will leave something for him to remember. Tai Shichong, come up and fight. Duguming yelled. Chapter 598. Duguju's attitude had pissed Tai Shichong off. His expression turned colder and colder as he shot into the sky, staying 100 steps away from Duguju. Duguju, perhaps you have not lost a single battle in the young generation, but today you will lose for sure. Arrogance will come with a price. Perhaps I will lose, but you do not have what it takes to make me lose. Only those with more potential than me can beat me. You are not qualified yet. Duguju was just like Yi Chun, having never lost a single battle in the young generation. Even Dantai Mingyue, who was just as famous as him, could only fight him to a draw. He had an invincible heart. Although his power was not invincible, his heart was already invincible. The more confidence you have, the harder I will make you fall. Tai Shichong stared at Duguju with his sharp eyes. On the ground and in the sky, hundreds of warriors could sense the battle intent and killing intent of the two. One of them was one of the top 3 sword masters, who had been famous for a long time. Among the young sword artists, he was only weaker than the head of the top 3 sword masters. The other was one of the top 2 martial geniuses of the Sky Martial region, Duguju, who had never lost a single battle in the young generation. He was extremely talented, and he was a blade artist as well. Right then, it was the battle between Tai Shichong and Duguju. It was also a battle between a sword artist and a blade artist. Everyone held their breath. Although Duguju had not reached the Sea of Souls realm for long, he is still a monster after all. No one would dare to say that he would lose for sure. Hai Wuya mumbled to himself before glancing at Yi Chun. Yi Chun was also one of the top martial geniuses. Who will win or lose will depend on their achievements in the sword art or blade art. Yi Chun could tell that Duguju was already at mid-Sea of Souls realm, and he had probably run into some special things in the past year. Of course, it might also be resources from the family, since a rank 5 family would be able to get some rare resources for one person. Duguju, take this. Tai Shichong did not take out his sword. Instead, he jumped out and put his right index and middle fingers together, pointing out a sword finger at Duguju's forehead. It was indeed the sword of heaven and earth. Chi, a huge sword shadow extended out. Tai Shichong, take out your sword. Duguju unsheathed his long saber and swung it down. The pale, white light of the saber shone upon everyone's heart. An ear-piercing, exploding sound was heard, shaking the entire space. That pale white blade light had actually sliced open the sword shadow, bringing with it a despairing power as it attacked toward Tai Shichong. Tai Shichong's expression changed as he hurried to pull out his long sword, blocking in front of his chest. Clang! Tai Shichong was blown away. Whew! Taking a deep breath, Duguju's eyes turned even colder. This kind of coldness was not the coldness of an iceberg, but the coldness that made people despair. He gripped the saber with both hands, his knuckles protruding as he slashed down again. The deathly white saber radiance caused the heaven and earth to turn white. Those who were facing the edge of the saber felt a wave of discomfort and pressure. Mountain sword, Duguju's power had shocked Tai Shichong, so he performed his ace attack immediately. That mountain-like sword shadow was like a shield locking down the whole place. Crack! Duguju's saber light was like a hot knife through butter, shattering Tai Shichong's sword shadow. How could he be so powerful? And this despairing power? Right then, Tai Shichong had already considered Duguju as the biggest enemy of his life. The only thought in his mind was that he could not lose. A sword artist's willpower was extremely strong, so Tai Shichong soon cut away all the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on the battle. He had thrown away all the honor and glory, only wanting to fight with Duguju with his life. Unknowingly, his sword aura had become even more powerful, and his condition had broken through his limit. How could this Duguju be so powerful? Even Tai Shichong could not do anything to him, and even seemed to be at a disadvantage. A lot of people had their eyes wide open. Yichen frowned, seeming to be thinking about something. Clang, clang, clang. The sky was filled with the saber light and sword shadows. The battle between the two was like a tsunami. Water sword, heartless wave. His human figure rose into the sky as Tai Shichong held his sword with both of his hands and waved it out. That powerful sword power was endless like water. The ocean will dry up and the stone will rot. What we will face is only despair. Gujua waved out a pale white blade light. Wherever the blade light went, the mountain rocks were cracked open and turned into dust. Tai Shichong's sword power had also been used up soon, and its power had been greatly reduced. However, his face was reflected in the blade light, and there was a rare panic on his face. The saber light spread out, and Tai Shichong puked out a mouthful of blood before being blown away. Tai Shichong is not an opponent for Duguju at all. It seems like it is wrong of us to judge monsters with our eyes. Haiwuya sighed. A lot of people thought that Duguju and Dantai Mingyue had only reached the Sea of Souls realm for a year, and they would need a couple of years to accumulate their power. But Duguju had told them that within a year he would be able to surpass a sword martial genius like Tai Shichong as well. It would not make sense to judge the martial geniuses with normal eyes. Since they were martial geniuses, they would be able to do things that normal people could not do. Yen Fengfeng said, Duguju's saber art is a bit strange. It is indeed strange. It seems to be able to attack one's heart. Haiwuya had the same feeling. Yichen did not say anything. All of his attention was on Duguju. Tai Shichong, you have disappointed me so much. I thought I could have a real battle, but you do not even have the right to make me use all of my power. Duguju's cold voice was heard toward Tai Shichong. His eyes turned red all of a sudden as Tai Shichong stood on top of a broken mountain. The sword Qi on his body shot out into the sky, and his sword intent was actually increasing. It kept increasing until it reached peak level rank 4, which was only one step away from rank 5. Right then, his spirit Qi and soul had all been infused into his sword aura, aiming at Duguju from afar. All right, I did not expect you to be able to make a breakthrough at this moment. No wonder you are one of the top 3 young sword masters. Duguju laughed, which was rare for him. Duguju, the moment I make a breakthrough will be the moment you lose. Take this. Shattering the mountain with 1 foot, Tai Shichong waved out a sword attack in the air. That circular sword power spread out like a tide, covering the entire sky. With the enhancement of his peak level rank 4 sword intent, this attack seemed to be even more complete. You making a breakthrough is a good thing for me. Only by defeating powerful warriors will it be meaningful. Duguju waved his blade at the incoming attack. The blade and sword clashed with each other, bringing up sparks everywhere. The two fought from the east to the west from the west to the north, from the sky to the ground. It was easy to tell that the two were on par, and Duguju was not able to suppress his opponent right away. I did not expect this Tai Shichong to make a breakthrough. Down below, Dugu Ming frowned. Brother Ming, don't worry. Your cousin has never lost before in a situation where the power is the same. A couple of people next to Dugu Ming said, Yes, cousin will not lose. Dugu Ming's eyes brightened. This blade intent. Yichen gradually had an idea, and he seemed to be in deep thought. Above the lake, the battle between Duguju and Tai Shichong had messed up the lake water. Some of the beasts hiding at the bottom of the lake had been sliced into pieces by the blade light and sword light. Tai Shichong, you are now qualified enough for me to use my most powerful ace attack. Duguju's power was only slightly higher than Tai Shichong's, and now that Tai Shichong had made a breakthrough, the two were on par with each other. Without using his most powerful ace attack, he would not be able to beat his opponent. Tai Shichong's eyebrows were like swords as that powerful sword intent made his clothes flutter in the air, and even the space around him became blurry. Duguju, I still have to thank you for bringing my sword intent to the next level. The improvement of my sword intent had also made me understand the things that I could not understand before. Now, you will taste the consequences that you have brought upon yourself. Tai Shichong yelled with a low voice as his face turned red. That powerful sword intent continued to roll around as if it had a mind of its own. His body shot out at a fast speed as he shook his wrist. That long sword was like an angry dragon letting out a sky-piercing sword cry. Under my most powerful ace attack, you will only have despair. Duguju welcomed the incoming attack without any emotion. He held his blade with both of his hands and dragged it on the ground, splitting the lake water in half. Boom! Before the two clashed together, the lake water had already split into two sides, eventually rushing onto the shore and drowning a huge area of land. Thousands of meters deep mud was exposed. Flood. Tai Shichong's long sword that was like an angry dragon suddenly changed. The angry dragon brought up a huge wave, sweeping across the world. That ruthless sword power all rushed toward Duguju. Desperation blade. At the last moment, Duguju waved out his long blade. That pale white blade light turned into a white rainbow that pierced through the sky. All of the living beings were on it, their faces filled with despair. Indeed, it is the desperation element, the desperation blade, intent. That sharp white rainbow had confirmed Yi Chen's guess. After waving out that sword attack, Tai Shichong was in a good condition. However, that blade attack from Duguju had made him fall to the bottom. His face was filled with despair, and there was only despair in his heart as well. I am going to die. This blade attack will kill me. No matter how I try to block it, I will die. Since it is useless to block it, then why should I block it? No, Tai Shichong screamed as he bit his tongue tip and threw his long sword onto that pale white blade light. Chin. The two passed by each other. The lake water poured down, drenching Tai Shichong. Swoosh. A huge amount of blood poured out of Tai Shichong's chest. That blade attack from Duguju had gone through the long sword and wounded him. Right then, he felt like all of his internal organs had been twisted into a ball. This blade attack, why did it make me feel despair? I am a sword artist, and a sword artist should not be affected by anything, not to mention when the power level is the same. Tai Shichong's face was pale, and he looked like he had lost his soul. To be able to survive my desperation blade attack, you should be proud enough. Blood leaked out from the corner of Duguju's mouth. That last sword attack from Tai Shichong had wounded him as well. Of course, it was not as severe as Tai Shichong's. It was only a light wound. Everyone who was watching the battle did not speak for a long time. Hai Wuya came back to his senses and looked at Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, what did you mean by the desperation blade intent?" Yi Chen said, "My sword intent has the destruction element, while his blade intent has the desperation element. Naturally, it is called the desperation blade intent. The desperation blade intent combined with the unique blade movement can make the opponent feel despair, and when that happens, they might die. The destruction element was different from the desperation element. Desperation was a human emotion, and it could affect the opponent's mentality. However, the destruction element was not an emotion, so it could not do that. Chapter 599. Tai Shichong has lost. Duguju is indeed one of the top 2 martial geniuses. No matter what level he is at, he would not be weaker than anyone else. Right now, even Tai Shichong, one of the top 3 young sword masters, had lost to him. Brother Li, you are wrong. He is not one of the top 2 martial geniuses, but one of the top 3. Did you not hear about it? A couple of months ago, there was a guy named Yi Chun who had left his name on the Sky Martial Pavilion's wall. Although he was ranked 3rd, but just like the 1st and 2nd, he had also made it through 7 levels. Perhaps he is older than Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. Although age does not have much to do with talent, it would still affect him a bit. No, you are wrong again. Yi Chen's identity has already been investigated. He comes from a rank 7 martial school in the South River region and is highly valued by the Dragon King. Plus, he is not only not older than Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, he is actually 2 years younger than them. What? Is that so? Doesn't that mean that when he reached the Sea of Souls realm, he was even younger than Xianhou? Indeed, calling him a martial genius would not be an exaggeration at all. Everyone who was watching started to discuss. "Brother Yi, they are talking about you." Hai Wuya laughed. Yi Chen said lightly, "These are all fake titles. Being famous does not mean that people would be afraid of you. On the contrary, if you do not perform well, your reputation would plummet immediately." You are right. Fake titles are also a kind of pressure. So many martial geniuses have been dragged down by fake titles and ended up with nothing. Yen Fengfeng said, "This Duguju is a blade artist. Perhaps it will not be long before he challenges Xiao Chuha, one of the top 5 young warriors." After Xiao Chuha had beaten Shun Qianleng, one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, he had become one of the new top 3 master-level blade artists. His reputation was way higher than Tai Shichong, who was one of the top young sword masters. Only the head of the top young sword masters could compete with him. It is indeed very powerful. The despairing blade intent should be at rank 4, and its power is at rank 5 normal blade intent. His despairing blade attack is also close to the mid-rank profound sense blade art. Also, rumor has it that Duguju has the dark spirit body, and he has trained the dark Shen Yuan, which is way more powerful than the normal Shen Yuan. The rank 5 blade intent was a bit weaker than Yi Chen's. His despairing blade attack could be considered a top martial art, but it would not be able to suppress Yi Chen. It was almost the same as Yi Chen's most powerful attack. The dark spirit body was a bit troublesome, since it was a rare body type. It was similar to Jing Aoshuan's thunder spirit body, and the dark Shen Yuan that he had trained would be more powerful than Yi Chen's Shen Yuan. Yi Chen did not have the confidence to beat Tai Shichong, but of course the chance of him losing was not that big either, only 50%. After this battle, Yi Chen had also seen Tai Shichong's real power clearly. To be honest, Yi Chen had more than 60% confidence that he could beat Tai Shichong. His cultivation had increased a lot during this period of time, from peak level early Sea of Souls realm to peak level mid Sea of Souls realm. It was not a small improvement, since a warrior's power was basically divided into three parts: the cultivation, the willpower, and the profound sense. Before, Yi Chen's only advantage was the willpower, but now that his cultivation had caught up, he was only lacking the profound sense. But the sword intent was more than enough to make up for it. Therefore, the increase in his cultivation had brought his battling power to a whole new level. However, he estimated that he would still be slightly weaker than Yan Fengfeng. Up until now, Yi Chen had not seen Yan Fengfeng reveal her full battling power. Adding her insane speed, Yi Chen thought that she would be one of the top warriors just below the top 5 young warriors. It was just that she had always been low-key and would not take the initiative to challenge others. But of course, if others came to her, she would definitely kill them. Hai Wuya sighed. The big era is coming, and no one wants to be left behind. The top 3 martial geniuses. Endless top martial geniuses. This era would be even more intense than the previous ones. Wanting to go against the current would not be something that normal people could do. After beating Tai Shichong, Duguju's eyes suddenly looked in Yi Chen's direction, eventually locking onto Yi Chen's body. The one who revealed his rank 5 sword intent before should be him. When Duguju and Tai Shichong were battling, Yi Chen could not help but let out a bit of his sword intent. Those with willpower below rank 5 would not be able to sense it at all. However, Duguju's blade intent was at rank 5, so he was able to sense it. That bit of sword intent made Duguju feel threatened, since Dantai Mingwe seemed to be the only one who had reached rank 5 willpower among the young generation. Why is he looking at Yi Chen? Hai Wuya looked confused. Duguju looked at Yi Chen from afar. I am Duguju. What is your name? Yi Chen. Yi Chen said lightly. What? He is Yi Chen? He is indeed so young. Everyone looked at Yi Chen together. Hearing him, a black light shot out from Duguju's eyes. You are Yi Chen? The news of Yi Chen passing 7 levels on the Wall of Fame in the Sky Martial Pavilion and being on par with him and Dantai Mingwe had already spread out, and he had only heard about it recently. All right, Dantai Mingwe and I have been fighting for so many years, and finally a new opponent has appeared. I hope you will not fall that fast. As you wish. Duguju smiled. Yi Chen's attitude was very calm, but he could feel that kind of strong confidence. All of a sudden, his expression turned cold, and there seemed to be a blade light shooting out from his eyes. The pale, white, illusory blade light split the sky and the earth, and the shadows of all living beings appeared on it. Yi Chen's expression did not change. The light in the depths of his eyes suddenly turned dark red, and the dark red, illusory sword light shot out with a will that would kill anyone who stood in its way, and kill Buddha who stood in its way. In just one exchange, the shadows of all living beings on the white, illusory blade light disappeared. In front of this sword intent that could slaughter the entire world, all living beings' despair was inevitable. Slaughter brought death. And how could the despair before death not exist? Pop! The blade intent and the sword intent clashed together, and a wave of willpower mixed with despair and slaughter spread out in all directions. Many people's faces turned pale, and they felt like their heads were about to explode. Slaughter sword intent. No wonder it is not afraid of my despair blade intent, and is even slightly stronger. Duguju frowned. The despair blade intent could affect the opponent's emotions, making them feel despair and wait for death. However, there were also people who could not be affected, such as those who had the slaughter sword intent. Of course, because of the different elements, the slaughter sword intent could not suppress the despair blade intent. You are qualified to be on the same level as me and Dantai Mingwe. However, a real battle would be way more intense than the one just now. A lot of people had ignored the details, and it was the details that would decide the outcome of the battle. Duguju was wounded, otherwise he might have had a huge battle with Yi Chen. In a real battle, apart from the three basic aspects, which were cultivation, willpower, and profound, there were also all kinds of talents, such as the body type. These were all major aspects. However, when most of the aspects were about the same, it would depend on the details, such as battling experience, battling skills, the awareness of death, and the potential to fight back. It could be said that it was very complicated to judge a person's power, especially for geniuses. As for those mediocre people and normal people, they would be judged by the three basic aspects. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Unfortunately, I am the kind of person who pays attention to details. I will remember your name. One day in the future, you and I will have to fight again. After saying that, Duguju turned around and left. Dugaming and the others followed behind him. Hai Wuya looked at Duguju's back and said to Yi Chen, "It seems like he values you a lot and is not as arrogant as before." Yi Chen sighed. Very scary. He is one of the scariest people I have ever seen in my life. Yi Chen was not afraid of people who were powerful or talented, but he was afraid of people who were strong in all aspects, had a strong mind, and paid attention to details. It could be said that Duguju was a person who had almost no weaknesses. If he wanted to defeat him, he would have to fight fair and square. However, Yi Chen was indeed a little excited. The value of a person's existence was not in the gains, but in the challenges. Let's go. The battle had already ended, so there was no need to stay. Shoo! The flying ship broke through the sky and flew away. Flying Feather City, a medium-sized city in the Sky Martial region. Inside a manor, Yi Chen was practicing his martial arts on the massive training ground. This manor was rented because of the high mobility of warriors. Some of the cities with special geographical locations were always full of restaurants. Some of the powerful warriors did not want to live in restaurants at all, preferring to live in manors or luxurious courtyards. But once they left, they would have to sell the manors right away, which was quite troublesome. Therefore, renting a manor was born. Renting would definitely be cheaper than buying one, but after a long time, renting would still be more profitable. After separating from Yan Fengfeng and the rest, Yi Chen came to the nearby Flying Feather City. He planned to stay here for a while to digest some of the enlightenment he had gained from his breakthrough. On the training ground, Yi Chen had sunk into an empty state, practicing his martial arts with weird postures. It was not a normal martial art. It was just a series of movements without any restrictions. As Yi Chen practiced each movement, a golden light appeared on Yi Chen's body. He threw out a punch, which also contained the sharpness of gold. His finger poked out, making a swishing sound, but he did not use any Jin Yuan or willpower at all. After reaching the Sea of Soul's realm, each breakthrough would bring me a new enlightenment. I did not expect that after reaching the mid-Sea of Soul's realm, the first enlightenment would be the gold profound. The Sea of Soul's realm was no longer a normal human being. It was somewhere between a normal human being and a celestial being. Therefore, once one's cultivation made a breakthrough, there would be a split second of being one with nature, and the enlightenment of the profound would reach an unimaginable level. When he had just reached the mid-Sea of Soul's realm, Yi Chen's gold resonant radiant sword art had already reached 110%. Shoo! Shoo! Each of Yi Chen's movements had a golden light flowing around his body. It was a phenomenon that could only happen when the gold profound had reached an extremely high level. Gold resonant radiance sword art. Putting up his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yi Chen used his finger as a sword and sliced through the air. Boom! A bright gold light wave shot out, its edge having a sawtooth shape. Only a loud sound was heard as a huge crack appeared on the training ground. The crack was thin on both ends and thick in the middle, looking like a shuttle. It was quite different from the normal gold resonant radiance sword art. 130%. I have almost reached my limit. After learning the profound, even if one did not use his Shen Yuan or willpower, the profound would still absorb the natural Yuan Qi. Performing the gold profound would absorb the natural Yuan Qi, which was quite powerful. Therefore, even if Yi Chen had lost all of his Zhen Yuan and willpower, he would still be at the same level as a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen stopped moving. After 3 days, I have finally digested all of my enlightenment and turned it into the real gold profound. Now, I can train the dragon blood plants and the dragon bone jade marrow. Yi Chen had gotten 8 dragon blood plants and 1 dragon bone jade marrow. 8 dragon blood plants would allow him to train 8 beams of dragon power, and 1 dragon bone jade marrow would be able to train at least 3 to 4 beams of dragon power, which would be dozens of beams of dragon power in total. Chapter 600. 1 strand of dragon power can increase 50,000 pounds of chi power. Adding my original dragon power, it should add up to 250,000 pounds of chi power. Inside the manor's secret chamber, Yi Chen was sitting on the stone platform, refining the dragon blood plant. Back in the Treasure River Island, when he had refined the plant and obtained the first strand of dragon power, it had devoured Yi Chen's original chi power, increasing it to 200,000 pounds. After all, his original chi power was around 150,000 pounds. Now that he had refined the second strand of dragon power, he did not have enough chi power for it to devour. Therefore, it could only increase by 50,000 pounds, which would add up to 250,000 pounds. No, 1 strand of dragon power could increase 50,000 pounds. If I had enough dragon blood plant, wouldn't I be able to increase my chi power to 1 million pounds? Something is not right. The human body should have its own limit and should not be able to increase it endlessly. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen became a bit more cautious. The dragon power refined from the dragon blood plant is just pure chi power, without any other support. The dragon bone jade marrow could not only refine the dragon power, but also form a dragon bone defensive layer on the surface of one's skin, adding another defensive effect. All right, I will not refine the dragon blood plant for now. Let's refine the dragon bone jade marrow first. The dragon bone jade marrow was not meant to be swallowed. It only needed to be extracted. Placing both of his hands on his dantian, Yi Chen held onto the dragon bone jade marrow and slowly activated his Shen Yuan, extracting the energy inside. The energy contained in the dragon bone jade marrow was several times more than that of the dragon blood plant. It was like a torrential river pouring into Yi Chen's body through his meridians. Vaguely, one could even hear a splashing sound. What a rich energy! Yi Chen took a deep breath, increasing the speed of refining the dragon bone jade marrow's energy. After an unknown amount of time, a thick layer of blue light appeared on Yi Chen's body. The blue light was like a halo, crystal clear and pure. Not good. My chi power has reached 300,000 pounds, and it cannot be increased anymore. Could it be that this is the limit of my body? But the energy of the dragon bone jade marrow is all in my body, and I have only refined 20 to 30% of it. The rest is going to be wasted. The value of the dragon bone jade marrow was simply too great. He had only refined 20 to 30% of its energy, wasting 70 to 80%. This was undoubtedly a waste of heavenly treasures. If word got out, he would be cursed by others. Focusing his mind, Yi Chen continued to refine energy, wanting to break through his limits. 2 hours, 4 hours. After a full 6 hours, Yi Chen's strength had been stuck at around 300,000 genes, unable to increase any further. The dragon bone jade essence was like boiling water, endlessly churning within Yi Chen's body. If he did not refine the dragon bone jade essence in time, then it was very likely that Yi Chen's body would explode, or it would break through the Zhenyuan seal and disappear from the world. Another 4 hours passed, and it was already the middle of the night outside. Break through. Crackle. A series of popping sounds rang out as a ring of formless and terrifying chi spread out from Yi Chen's body, stirring up circles of ripples. At the same time, the surface of Yi Chen's skin glowed with a resplendent greenish-red crystal light. Even his hair, facial features, and clothes were dyed with a greenish-red color, making him look like a greenish-red jade sculpture. Rank 3 Spirit Body. Done. The rank of the spirit body represented one's physical strength and had little to do with the strength. Therefore, when Yi Chen's spirit body had increased from rank 2 to rank 3, his physical strength had increased drastically, allowing him to have more strength. It was like how a normal great sword could only handle the Zhen Qi of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. If an astral-reaching realm warrior continued to use a normal great sword, then the normal great sword would break into pieces. Now that Yi Chen's spirit body had reached rank 3, its strength had increased tremendously, allowing him to have more dragon power without worrying about not being able to handle it. With a breakthrough, the remaining dragon bone jade essence energy had all been refined into dragon power, merging with Yi Chen's cells and bones. Deep inside his body, it had become Yi Chen's own strength. However, the rank 3 spirit body had its limits as well. It could only have 400,000 genes of strength at most. After reaching 400,000 genes of strength, there was only about half of the dragon bone jade essence energy left. In other words, this half could only be wasted unless Yi Chen could continue to increase the rank of his spirit body. However, it was impossible to continuously increase the rank of his spirit body in such a short period of time. It seems like my body's talent is not much different from normal martial geniuses. Before attaining the spirit body, my body's limit was around 100,000 genes. Rank 1 spirit body's limit was 200,000 genes, rank 2 300,000 genes, and rank 3 400,000 genes. This is the standard for most people. If it were Chu Zhongtian, then it would be horrifying. When he was still an astral-reaching realm warrior, his body's strength was equivalent to a rank 2 spirit body, or even a peak rank 2 spirit body. It was said that people were extremely talented, but obviously, Yi Chen was not that talented. His body's talent was only normal and not some special body. Let's try the dragon bone defensive layer. Yi Chen did not know what the dragon bone defensive layer was, but he subconsciously tightened his body and activated his dragon power. Crack! Crack! The dragon power seemed to have some kind of bone element. When it reached the surface of Yi Chen's skin, it immediately condensed, forming a thin layer of white bone, which had a faint green-red halo on its surface. Pap! Yi Chen poked his own arm with his finger, making a crisp sound of hard objects colliding. It's even more powerful than the protective Zhenyuan, but it will consume my dragon power. Standing up, Yi Chen let out a long breath. A faint pressure spread out, forming the shape of an ice flood dragon's dragon aura. There are still 7 dragon blood plants left, which I can't use. Whatever, my main focus is not on strength. As long as I am not weaker than others, it will be fine. I think Yan Fengfeng, Hai Wuya, and the others can only refine a little bit of the dragon blood plants. The rest can only be stored and used as my own wealth. When necessary, I can use them to barter. In the following period of time, Yi Chen focused all of his energy on the Amaranthan nature and Sky Thunder Cut. After a month, the Amaranthan nature had finally reached perfection. Once he stabbed out, it was like a small plant sprouting in the spring. It was not eye-catching, but it could grow quickly. The sword power was continuous, using 90% of his power and leaving 10% behind. The remaining 10% could be used as a link, increasing the sword speed continuously. Meanwhile, the Sky Thunder Cut had also reached 110%. The Sky Thunder Cut was a sword move created by Yi Chen himself. In the beginning, it was indeed quite difficult, and the progress was slow. But ever since Yi Chen reached the Sea of Soul Realm, his comprehension of the Sky Thunder Cut had gradually increased. It was like a skyscraper. Comprehending other people's profound martial arts was like laying the foundation for others, while creating one's own profound martial arts was like laying the foundation for oneself. In the beginning, it would waste a lot of time, but as time went on, the benefits of building one's own foundation would start to show. The most important thing was that the things created by oneself were undoubtedly the most suitable for oneself. On this day, Yi Chen had just arrived from the extreme Thai world. Pap! All of a sudden, one of the jade tags in his storage ring shattered. Taking out the jade tag, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Murong has finally reached the Sea of Soul Realm and come to the Sky Martial region. This jade tag was the Mother Jade tag, and Murong Qingcheng had a sub-jade tag in her hand. Crushing the sub-jade tag would trigger the Mother Jade tag and cause it to shatter on its own. Murong had told me that when she broke through, she would wait for me in the West Ling city of the Sky Martial region. She should be there right now. Leaving the mansion, Yi Chen sat on his flying puppet and flew toward the West Ling city. The West Ling city was a city near the south region of the Sky Martial region. There was a West Ling restaurant in the city, which was one of the two most representative restaurants in the city. It often served famous powerful warriors. On the 5th floor of the restaurant, inside the lobby, a woman in a purple dress with a veil on her face was sitting by the window, enjoying her afternoon tea. The people sitting at the other tables would occasionally look over and glance at her. Such a unique aura. I wonder what she looks like under the veil. Definitely not bad. I wonder who would be lucky enough to see her face. While everyone was talking, two people walked out of the room next door. The one on the left was a handsome young man with green hair, wearing a green leather armor. The one on the right had gray hair and carried a battle blade on his back. They were indeed Duan Lingya and Lin Ku. I did not expect to see such high-quality goods in this place. Duan Lingya chuckled as he walked toward the woman in purple. "Miss, I am Duan Lingya. May I know your name?" Duan Lingya looked at the woman in purple with a smile on his face. His soul power quietly penetrated her veil, wanting to see her real face. "Sir, you are being too impolite." The woman in purple pushed her soul power, blocking him from looking into her face. Lin Ku said, "Brother Duan wants to make friends with you. I guess this is your first time in the Sky Martial region, and you have not been to the pavilion yet. We can take you there." "No need. My friend will take me there." "Your friend? I would like to meet your friend. I think he would know me. You don't mind if I sit here, right?" Duan Lingya saw that the woman in purple was only at Mid-Sea of Soul's realm, so he knew that his friend would not be that powerful. So he sat down in front of her. The woman frowned as she stood up and said, "Sorry, I have something else to do. I will leave now." Leaving now. Duan Lingya was not too happy about it. Lin Ku stood in front of Murong Qingcheng. Boom. The woman in purple exchanged a palm attack with Lin Ku, and they were evenly matched. Interesting. Duan Lingya did not care too much about it. Lin Ku was good at blade arts, and the two were only testing each other. Of course, the woman in purple was indeed powerful. "You want to leave?" "Sure, but let me see your face first." All of a sudden, Duan Lingya moved his body. He reached his hand towards the girl's face, trying to take off the black veil. He wanted to see what she looked like. From the outside, he could only see the outline of her face. Everyone around shook their heads, feeling sorry for the woman in purple. This Duan Linya was a very good man. None of the women he had his eyes on could run away. Obviously, the woman in purple had piqued his curiosity, and he would not give up until he got what he wanted. Shu, the purple-robed woman, was extremely fast. She leaned back and passed through the window like a ghost, arriving outside the West Hill restaurant. Duan, Lunya coldly snorted. None of the women I want can run away from me. Shu, the temperature in the lobby dropped suddenly as Duan Linya turned into a cold wind and chased after her. Chapter 601. All of a sudden, everyone's gaze landed on Yi Chen. Those who had never seen Yi Chen before also saw Yi Chen's real face for the first time. As one of the top 3 martial geniuses, Dantai Mingyue also looked over. Then, her eyes landed on Murong Qingcheng, who was wearing a black mask. Brother Yi, finally someone wants to challenge you. Hai Wuya laughed. Ling Tianhao said, Yi Chen, do not lose. Although he did not think that Yi Chen's power was more powerful than his head disciple Yan Fengfeng, who rarely fought with her real body, but since he could beat Lin Tian, he must have something up his sleeves. This Lan Xiecheng was only slightly more powerful than Lin Tian before, and there was no clear winner between them. Lan Xiecheng is very cunning, just like his battling style. Since he has made the 10 attacks agreement with you, he must want to get the upper hand within 10 attacks. Then, in everyone's eyes, Lan Xiecheng would be slightly more powerful than you. Yan Fengfeng had seen through the problem, so she reminded him. Yi Chen said, making the 10 attacks agreement, either he is not confident or he is very confident. I hope it is the latter. What? Yi Chen, you do not dare to accept my challenge? Lan Xiecheng waved the fan in his hand as he walked out of the pavilion. Extending his body, Yi Chen lightly flew down from the top of the mountain, stepping on the surface of the 9-dragon lake. He opened his mouth and said, 10 attacks agreement. That is exactly what I want. Let's finish this quickly. All right. I would like to see how powerful the so-called number 1 warrior below the top 5 young warriors really are. In the end, Lan Xiecheng was not happy about being stepped on. But just like Yan Fengfeng had said, he was very cunning. If Yi Chen was really powerful, then he would just be the stepping stone for the others, which was not what he wanted. Therefore, he said the 10 attacks agreement. He thought that within 10 attacks, even if he could not get the upper hand, he would not be at a disadvantage. But he would let the situation be in his favor. Lan Xiecheng performed his flying art and shot toward the 9-dragon lake. On the way, he was still waving his fan. Besides the evil Qi, he did look like a young master. In the middle of Julong Lake, the two stood 100 meters apart. Hall Master Mo, this Yi Chen also uses the sword. I wonder what level his attainment in the sword Dao has reached. The person who spoke was the leader of a rank 6 sect in the Misty Snow region, and the person he was talking to was the leader of the Misty Snow Hall, Snow Sword Master. Although 10 moves are short, I should be able to see something. Master Snow Sword was very emotional. Back then, when Yi Chen was being chased by the experts of the AO family, she was able to instantly kill all the experts of the AO family with a single sword strike. In just a few years, the genius sword artist who was being chased by the experts of the AO family had already grown to a level where he could be mentioned in the same breath as her. Yi Chen, take this. On top of the lake, Lan Xiecheng's body was extremely fast as he flashed left and right, approaching Yi Chen in a curved way. The fan in his hand was raised up, attacking with unpredictable shadows. Clang! Yi Chen took out his gold sword and attacked as well. The first exchange of attacks between the two was just to test each other. Therefore, the battle was not that intense. It could only be said that there was a killing intent hidden within the calmness. Once the opponent could not hold on anymore, the calmness of the attack would be able to turn into a killing attack that could severely wound the opponent and end the battle with one attack. Misty Dream Flower. Lan Xiecheng was very good at the Misty Profound. He formed a spell with his left hand, causing the rolling mist to spread out with him as the center. Soon, it drowned Yi Chun within, turning the area within a few thousand meters in the middle of the lake into a thick mist area. What the hell? How can we see clearly like this? After Lan Xiecheng performed this attack, some of the people who were watching the battle yelled out. Normal mist would not be able to block the soul power detection, but the thick mist that was created by the Misty Profound had the effect of reducing soul power drastically. Therefore, they would not be able to notice some of the details. Countless misty flowers were formed as Lan Xiecheng stepped on them, attacking towards Yi Chun without making a sound. Every single movement was extremely weird and tricky. If most of the people were walking on the right path, then Lan Xiecheng would be walking on the wrong path, winning with surprise attacks. It was the first time for Yi Chun to fight with a young warrior like this, so he had a general understanding of his opponent's style. Break. A beam of sword chi broke through the thick mist, separating the lake water. Haha, it is useless. Close. Lan Xiecheng was shocked at Yi Chen's observation power. The latter had not only blocked out his attack, but had also thrown out a counterattack, breaking through the thick mist with one sword attack. Speed sword hell. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He had seen the whole bewilderment forbidden zone before, and Lan Xiecheng's Misty Dream Flower was just a simplified version of it. Shaking his wrist, Yi Chen performed his fastest sword art. That sharp sword chi filled up the thick mist before shooting out in all directions. Looking from outside, the thousands of meters of thick mist looked like a huge porcupine. That slim long sword chi was both fast and sharp. Huh! A groan was heard from within the thick mist as a human figure was blown out of it. Everyone looked over and found out that it was Lan Xiecheng. Right then, he looked a bit messed up with a light footprint on his chest. Lan Xiecheng swallowed a mouthful of blood that he was about to puke out. Although that kick from Yi Chun was not some powerful martial art, the power contained in it had broken through his protective Xinyuan and traveled into his armor, causing him a serious internal injury. Yi Chun, I have indeed underestimated you. I was too careless. Lan Xiecheng's expression did not look good. Stepping on the lake water, Yi Chun walked out of the thick mist slowly. He looked up and said, "It has been 7 attacks now. You only have 3 left." If someone else wanted to take advantage of him, although Yi Chun was not a stingy person, he would not let them get away with it. Therefore, after performing his speed sword hell and combining it with his soul power, he was able to pinpoint Lan Xiecheng's exact location very quickly. He then approached with his extreme speed. After exchanging 2 attacks, he kicked the latter out of the thick mist. Right now, everyone could tell that Yi Chun had the upper hand. All right, you have forced me to do this. Lan Xiecheng did not plan to risk his life before, but right now, he had no other choice. His reputation was the most important thing to him, so how could he let himself lose to Yi Chun? Fog Ocean attack. Behind Lan Xiecheng's back, a huge amount of dense fog poured out. This time, the fog did not spread out in all directions. Instead, it gathered behind Lan Xiecheng, connecting with his back. It was like a small ocean of fog, rolling up and down, looking both real and fake at the same time. Boom! Stepping on the lake water, Lan Xiecheng rushed toward Yi Chun in a straight line, which was rare for him. With the support of the fog ocean, he looked so powerful and unstoppable. This Lan Xiecheng is indeed not to be underestimated. This fog ocean contains not only the fog profound, but also his aura. Under that attack, even the most aggressive young warriors would not be able to handle it. I wonder how Yi Chun is going to handle it. It was one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Lin Chaonan, and the one he was talking to was the leader of the 3, Xie Beiting. Xie Beiting said lightly, Lan Xieqing should still have some tricks up his sleeves, right? He did not think that he could beat Yi Chun with just the power of the fog ocean. The lake water could not handle Lan Xieqing's aura anymore, so it was pushed to the sides. Lose. With a loud shout, Lan Xieqing waved out that jade-like fan in his hand. At the same time, the fog ocean behind him suddenly left Lan Xieqing's body in an even more aggressive manner, devouring Yi Chun immediately. It was like a flood, making a human's strength seem so weak. If it were a normal person being attacked by an invisible fog ocean, they would be panicking for sure. Even someone with a calm mind would be affected a little. Not to mention that there was still Lan Xieqing's aggressive attack. Since the fog ocean was pouring out from his body, he was the only one who was not affected at all and could attack as much as he wanted. With all these factors, all the warriors who were slightly more powerful would be defeated by Lan Xieqing. This was Lan Xieqing's ace attack, the combination of the fake and the real. The fog ocean would affect the opponent's mind, and the attack would attack the opponent's body, making them exhausted. Boom! An exploding sound was heard. The center of the 9-dragon lake caved in immediately, forming a few thousand meters wide and 1,000 meters deep hemisphere. At the edge of the hemisphere, the lake water poured out in all directions. Looking over the waves, everyone saw that Lan Xieqing's fan had been blocked by Yi Chun's gold sword. Lan Xieqing's fog ocean attack did not give Yi Chun any openings at all. Hee, you have lost. Lan Xieqing's face flashed with a weird look as he pushed his fan forward along with the gold sword. Shoo! A long and thin sharp blade shot out from the front of the fan, stabbing right at Yi Chun's face. If he were to be stabbed by this sharp blade, it would be inevitable for his face to explode. Is that so? His left hand moved like lightning as Yi Chun's 2 fingers blocked the sharp blade. Since his opponent had attacked right next to the gold sword, his power would inevitably be weaker. Yi Chun's 2 fingers had not only blocked the sharp blade, but had also ended his opponent's attack. Unless he gave up on his fan, he would not be able to form another powerful attack in a short period of time. Not good. Lan Xieqing let go of his hand without hesitation and backed out. Unfortunately, Yi Chun would not give him the chance. He held the gold sword in his right hand and waved it up. That crescent-shaped gold sword chi had blown his opponent miles away. Eventually, he slid on the lake water and puked out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. In the 9th attack, Yi Chun had taken away his opponent's weapon cleanly and wounded him severely. Impressive! Snow Sword Master gasped. The leader of the rank 6 martial institution next to her asked, Leader M.O., what is so impressive about him? How come I feel that he did not use any powerful sword attacks? Snow Sword Master said, It is because he did not use any powerful sword attacks that he is so powerful. Let me ask you, have you seen through him? Not at all. That is right. He did not even use 80% of his power when fighting with Lan Xieqing. In other words, he is even more powerful than when he fought with Lin Tian. Around the 9-dragon lake, everyone started to discuss. He is indeed the number 1 warrior, just below the top 5 young warriors. He beat Lan Xieqing so easily, and I did not even see any powerful attacks. For example, that sword attack of Tai Shichong's was extremely powerful, and that despairing blade attack of Duguju was even more powerful. Lan Xieqing's fog ocean attack was even more powerful. His reputation is not just for show. I don't think anyone would doubt his power anymore. After this battle, Yi Chun had established his position. There would be no lack of challengers in the future, but no one would doubt his power. Yi Chen, you are indeed my most powerful opponent. Dugu watched this battle with a serious look on his face. Dantai Mingyue was a woman after all, and the battle between a woman and a man would be slightly different from the battle between men. It was an undeniable fact, and it was not because he looked down on women. Chapter 602. Yi Chen did not continue to chase after Lin Ku, holding his gold sword. He stood in the air and stared at the cold-looking young man and the one with the mole on his forehead, saying coldly, "What a troublemaker! It is the first time we have met, and you have already given people the title of troublemaker. It seems like you are quite good at using it. When exchanging pointers, one should stop when the time is right. Don't you think that breaking his arm is too vicious? Too vicious? If everyone was like you, how could the Tianmu domain be peaceful?" The youth with the red mole on his forehead seemed to be throbbing, his expression stern. He. Yi Chen could not help but laugh. If it were me who had lost my arm, would you still say that? Or would you just ignore it? The round-faced young man said, "It was you who lost an arm, so we'll naturally reprimand him. However, I believe in Leng Ye's character, and he naturally has his reasons for dealing with you. All right, surrender now, and we'll spare your worthless life. We'll merely cripple you, and you won't be able to do anything in our hands. Don't struggle in vain, as struggling will only make you die faster." Scold him? Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head, his eyes turning cold. To be honest, you two are not qualified to uphold justice, because you are just two evil dogs. If you don't piss off, I'll skin you alive. Hearing him, everyone was shocked and could not help but suck in a cold breath. They had never seen anyone who dared to talk to Mu Yunha and Lin Tian like this, calling them evil dogs. It should be known that Lin Tian and Mu Yunha were the top young warriors below the top 5 young warriors, not something Duan Lingya and Lin Ku could compare with. Of course, Yi Chen had also recognized Lin Tian and Mu Yunha. Their strength was about the same, and they were even more powerful than Tai Shichong, one of the top 3 sword masters. Before breaking through, he would definitely not be their opponent. Perhaps only Yen Fengfeng, with her real strength, would be able to compete with them. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, Yen Fengfeng rarely showed her real body in front of others. She had only shown it once during the fight for the longevity fruit and the dragon cave. "What did you say?" The round-faced young man's face turned pale. He did not expect Yi Chen to say something like that. Who was he? He was the head disciple of the prison martial school, one of the top 5 young warriors. Except for the top 5 young warriors, no one could beat him. At most, they would be on par with him. And Yi Chen was just a new rising star. No one knew where he got the chance to beat Duan Lingya and Lin Ku. I dare you to say that again. Mu Yunha's eyes were spitting fire. Lin Tian's expression also became cold, his killing intent soaring into the sky. "I said you two are evil dogs." Yi Chen's voice was so loud that it could be heard over half of West Tomb City. "This guy is going against the heavens." Lin Ku, who was on the side, widened his eyes and shuddered. As for Duan Lingya, he had already fainted, courting death. Mu Yunha furiously roared, and Zhen Yuan erupted from his back, turning into multicolored clouds. His body was like a 1,000-year-old ferocious crane as he shuttled through the clouds. His 5 fingers spread open as if he was about to lift Yi Chen's head. This move didn't have any other profound mysteries, only speed. A ferocious bird hunting was extremely fast. Mu Yunha was 10 times faster than even the most ferocious bird. His claws even more so extended out blood-colored radiance, tearing through the air, piercing through metal and stone, incomparably sinister. "Piss off." Raising his gold sword, Yi Chen simply slashed down. "Watch me take your sword." Mu Yunha did not expect Yi Chen to react so fast. but it was not as if he did not have a backup plan. He flicked his wrist, trying to grab Yi Chen's gold sword. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's sword speed was just too fast, and he could not change his attack in time. Left with no other choice, he turned his claws into palms and shot out palm power. Boom! The huge sound was like two burning meteors crashing into each other. The sky above Xiling shook, and the entire space seemed like it was about to collapse. In the sky, a figure was blown down, blood spurting out of his mouth. "It's Mu Yunha!" Everyone was shocked to find that the injured person was Mu Yunha, cut down by Yi Chen's sword. What is going on? Did Mu Yunha underestimate his opponent? Even if he underestimated his opponent, he should not be this miserable. Look, Yi Chen is not moving at all. Not only were the spectators shocked, but Lin Ku was also shocked and took a step back. Lin Tian's eyes shrunk, filled with killing intent and fear. Thump! Mu Yunha staggered on the street and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Each step caused the street to crack and the houses to collapse. Impossible! What kind of power is this? Mu Yunha's chin was stained with blood as he stared at Yi Chen in the sky. Even Mu Yunha is not Yi Chen's opponent. How shocking! Although Murong Qingcheng had never been to the Sky Martial region, she knew some of the geniuses there, such as the 5 young warriors and the 3 young sword masters. Mu Yunha's strength was second only to the 5 young warriors, but he was at least in the top 15. Apart from the 5 young warriors, there were less than 2 people who could compare to him, and only the 5 young warriors could injure him in one move. Mu Yunha, if you know what's good for you, then get the hell out of Xiling City. Just now, Mu Yunha had approached Yi Chen, which was equivalent to close-range combat. Yi Chen's current close-range combat was heaven-defying. He had 400,000 pounds of strength, and with his Jun Yuan, his offense was even scarier than when he used the dual sword style. You are also a bit stronger in close-range combat. I will not fight you in close-range combat. Let's see how you block my attacks. Mu Yunha furiously roared. His figure rose from the ground, and his 2 claws repeatedly waved, shooting out countless blood-red claws at Yi Chen. Break! Yi Chen held the gold sword with both hands and slashed down. A long sawtooth light wave shot upward, cleanly destroying the bloody claw imprints. However, Mu Yunha was not Lin Ku, nor was he Duan Lingya. His cultivation base had already reached late C of Soul Realm, and his Jun Yuan was incomparably vigorous. Each of his moves contained an immeasurable might. The sawtooth light wave shattered the bloody claw imprints, but it quickly dissipated without any effect. Shattering Yuan hand, Mu Yunha's figure flickered, appearing even higher in the sky. His right hand spread open and fiercely pressed down on Yi Chen. Rumble! The space seemed to have caved in like mud. In the next moment, a scarlet palm descended from the sky, suffused with a bloody light. In a short moment, the scarlet palm grew larger and larger, almost covering the sky. It seemed as if it was going to crush Yi Chen and crush him into powder. This guy's will and profound are similar to Duan Lingya's, but his Jun Yuan is a small realm higher. His battle power is incomparable. However, if you don't engage in close combat, how will you defeat me? Any attack that approaches me, I can use my physical strength to destroy it. Kacha! When the scarlet palm was less than 10 meters away from Yi Chen exerted strength in both of his arms. The gold sword slashed upward, and the scarlet palm was shattered. With a swish, Yi Chen rushed out of the opening and arrived above the scarlet palm. The scarlet palm behind him disappeared like smoke. You broke my shattering Yuan hand, just like that. Mu Yunha was stunned for a split second. Impossible! Although body refinement experts are powerful, they don't have such reaction speed or insight. Moreover, my shattering Yuan hand has the power to suppress the opponent. I can only use 80% of my power at most. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. 5 sword lights appeared around his body. With a flash, Yi Chen's speed reached a level that even Mu Yunha could not match. In an instant, he had reached 30 times the speed of sound. When he was at the peak of early Sea of Soul Realm, Yi Chen's speed was close to 25 times the speed of sound. Now that he was at the peak of mid-Sea of Soul Realm, his Jun Yuan quantity and purity had increased by a level. With a flicker, Yi Chen arrived beside Mu Yunha. No, Mu Yunha's reaction was not slow, and he subconsciously waved his palm to meet the attack. Go up! Unexpectedly, Yi Chen did not wave his sword with his right hand. Instead, he held the long sword at his waist with his left hand and slashed upward. A blazing lightning sword energy swept out. Crack! As if struck by lightning, Mu Yunha spurted out a huge mouthful of blood as his body was flung back, unable to withstand a single blow. Absolutely unable to withstand a single blow. The spectators below didn't expect the famous Mu Yunha to be unable to withstand a single blow from Yi Chen. It would have been fine if Yi Chen didn't take the initiative to attack, but the moment he did, Mu Yunha didn't even have a chance to counterattack. He could only passively take a beating. Enough! Lin Tian, who had been biding his time, could no longer watch. Without any movement, his entire body soared into the sky like a treasured blade. Rip! With a slash, an earthen yellow blade light surged toward Yi Chen like a surging river. The blade aura was exceptionally powerful. Yi Chen gave up on Mu Yunha and slashed apart the earthen yellow blade light. I admit that your strength is not bad. However, it's better not to be too arrogant. Lin Tian gloomily looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen sized up his opponent. He could sense that Lin Tian's cultivation base was the same as his peak mid-Sea of Soul Realm. However, the latter's essence chi was like a beacon, soaring into the sky. This was a sign that his strength was exceptionally powerful. You're also a body refining expert. Try and you'll know. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. Brother Lin, cripple him for me. Mu Yunha's clothes were tattered, and his chest was scorched black. He forcefully suppressed his heavily injured body and flew down, instructing Lin Tian. Lin Tian was different from him. The latter had cultivated body, refining martial arts since childhood, and was extremely talented in this aspect. Thus, he mainly cultivated strength, with Shun Yuan as a support. Of course, the Lin family was one of the 4 great families, and they had spent a huge amount of resources to raise his Shun Yuan cultivation base to peak mid-Sea of Soul Realm. With the combination of the two, Mu Yunha had no choice but to admit that only by increasing the distance between them could he not be defeated. In close combat, he was not his opponent at all. However, thinking of Yi Chen, Mu Yunha couldn't help but shiver. Did he mainly cultivate Jin Yuan, or strength? Both aspects were frighteningly powerful, simply breaking the balance. Don't worry. In close combat, I'm not afraid of anyone. Lin Tian replied. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Mu Yunha clenched his fists and flew down with a pale complexion. Suddenly, he glanced at Murong Qingcheng, and a sneer appeared on his face. Chapter 603. Yi Chen, who was hovering in the air, had no intention of letting Mu Yunha go like this. He straightened his gold sword, and a ball of thunder energy traveled from the hilt to the tip, making the whole sword look like a lightning bolt. The end of the lightning was held in Yi Chen's hand, unable to escape. You dare! Lin Tian roared. Pap! Yi Chen ignored Lin Tian's warning and slashed down with his gold sword. Ever since Sky Thundercut reached completion, and from completion to 110%, it was no longer in the shape of a sword, but in the shape of a lightning bolt. A sharp lightning bolt suddenly struck down and struck Mu Yunha's back, burning him black. His body stiffly fell on the roof of the West Hill restaurant, then slid down the roof and lay next to Duan Linya. Who the hell is this guy? Lin Ku already knew about Yi Chen's identity. The reason he said this was because Duan Linya and Mu Yunha had fallen in Yi Chen's hands, and he himself had been heavily injured. He felt as if he was seeing Yi Chen for the first time. This kid is not easy to mess with. Duan Linya and Mu Yunha have kicked an iron plate. Right, I still don't know his name. He seems to be in his early 20s, so he must have entered the Sea of Soul realm long ago. There are only 3 people who could do so at such a young age, Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. We've seen their faces, so it can't be them. Then, there is only one person who fits the description, and he should be Yi Chen. Yi Chen? The monstrous Yi Chen whose name has spread throughout the whole Sky Marshal region? 3 monstrous geniuses gathered in Sky Marshal region. The future will be lively. Everyone sighed. In the sky, Lin Tian and Yi Chen stood 100 steps apart, facing each other. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Take this. Like a flying knife tearing through the air, Lin Tian rapidly approached Yi Chen. When he was 10 meters away from him, he gripped his knife hilt with both hands and slashed at Yi Chen with all his strength. The profound in this strike wasn't too profound. It was even inferior to Yi Chen's. However, Lin Tian didn't plan on relying on true essence or profound. What he poured into this strike was the terrifying strength that he was so proud of. Back off! A frightening roar rang out as the blade radiance appeared. Not necessarily. Also holding the gold sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen stepped forward with his right foot. He lowered his body and steadied his center of gravity. Deep inside his body, the dragon power flowed through his cells, bones, blood, and meridians like an erupting volcano pouring into Yi Chen's arms. As Yi Chen yelled, he waved his gold sword and attacked. Clang! A deafening sound erupted. This sound could no longer be described as a sound in the world. If one had to describe it, it was like 2 metal meteorites that had been tempered by heavenly fire colliding together. The violent power was not restrained at all, and there was no hesitation as it collided with each other. Then it crazily squeezed and collided as if it wanted to completely destroy this space. After the loud explosion, the sky above Western Tomb City changed, becoming like a transparent lake. Above the lake, distorted ripples spread out in all directions. Under the refraction of the sunlight, Western Tomb City was suddenly dyed in a myriad of colors, as if it were a dream. Boom! Even Yi Chen and Lin Tian couldn't handle the huge impact. They both backed out, trying to get rid of that power that made their bones creak. He is indeed a body-training warrior. Yi Chen only managed to stop after backing out for a few 100 meters. Ripples spread out under his feet, looking like countless lotus flowers appearing and disappearing in the air. Subtracting the Zhenyuan, profound, intent, and weapons, his power should be around 550,000 jin, and not more than 600,000. However, his body's toughness is similar to mine, a rank 3 spirit body. It seems like his body's talent is better than mine, which means he can have more power. They both had rank 3 spirit bodies, but Yi Chen's limit was 400,000 jin, while Lin Tian's was 550,000 jin, or even more. Comparing the two, Yi Chen was far behind. Of course, Yi Chen and Lin Tian were different. The latter focused on power, while Yi Chen focused on Zhenyuan. His profound and intent were much higher than Lin Tian's. His attacking power is above mine. Lin Tian backed out even further than Yi Chen, about 500 meters. Tiger Demon's secret blood art. Without hesitation, Lin Tian used a powerful secret art that would overdraft his physical strength and even life force. This secret art would allow him to break through the limits of his body and explode with even greater power. It had to be said that the human body was filled with endless mysteries. Even a weak old lady could carry a large bag of rice when her potential erupted, let alone Lin Tian, who was a body refinement expert. Lin Tianhuan's face was covered in blood-colored patterns, and his body was covered in them as well. His body was emitting an iron-blooded aura. Blue veins popped out on his arms like small snakes. Creak, tightly holding onto the blade hilt, Lin Tianhuan's eyes locked onto Yi Chen, who was 700 meters away. His pupils shrank. There is a blood color in the essence qi smoke. This is a secret art that overdrafts one's potential. This kind of secret art only exists in the barbarian race. I didn't expect Lin Tian to have it too. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless. He held the gold sword in his right hand and moved his left hand to his waist. Tiger Demon's blade. Lin Tian had wandered in the barbarian race's territory before, and was fortunate enough to obtain a secret art that could overdraft one's potential. Relying on this secret art, he could even exchange 3 moves with Xiao Chuha, one of the top 5 young tycoons. Although he was defeated on the 4th move, it should be known that before he used the Tiger Demon's secret blood art, he couldn't even take 1 move from Xiao Chuha. However, the Tiger Demon's secret blood art's side effects were too great, and he was not a barbarian. His body's foundation was very strong. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the Tiger Demon's secret blood art. This was his 3rd time using it, and he had to defeat Yi Chen. Otherwise, in a few days, the news of his defeat would spread throughout the Sky Marshal region. At his level, he could not allow himself to be defeated by someone else. The Tiger Demon's hidden blood art was a secret technique that stimulated and overdrafted one's potential. It also contained a saber technique. This saber technique was a saber technique that utilized vital force. It could condense all the strength in one's body into a single point and kill the opponent with a single strike. Whoosh! Raising his speed to the limit, Lin Tian's entire body was like a demonic tiger. The blood-colored patterns on his face looked extremely sinister. In his hand, the long blade sliced through the air, bringing with it a blood-colored blade light. With a thunderous momentum, it slashed out as fast as a blood-colored lightning. Lose! Lin Tian roared. The one who will lose is you. Yi Chen lowered his body like a hibernating dragon that was about to break free. Whoosh! The gold sword slashed out vertically, while the long sword in his left hand slashed out diagonally. Yi Chen rushed forward, clashing with Lin Tian. The moment the two clashed, the 2 swords perfectly crossed, lighting up the entire West Tomb City. Clang! 2 swords and 1 blade fiercely clashed, wantonly releasing a berserk power. The owners of the 2 fiercely glared at each other, the muscles on their arms bulging out. Chapter 604. Through the demonic tiger's secret blood art, Lin Tian's current offensive power was faintly surpassing Yi Chen's. The moment they clashed, he felt that the situation was in his favor, and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, that smile soon froze. Yi Chen's 2 swords crossed, and a thumb-sized thunderball appeared. This thunderball was dark blue in color, and the lightning it emitted was also dark blue in color. Countless zigzagging lightning bolts shot out, turning the area within 1,000 meters into a lightning zone. Bang! The thunderball's expanding speed surpassed Lin Tian's reaction. The thumb-sized thunderball instantly expanded several hundred times, then several thousand times. The resulting explosive power sent Lin Tian flying, and he felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. Moreover, he felt an intense numbness. The 2 clashed and then separated. Swish! The impact Yi Chen received was far less than Lin Tian. After retreating 100 meters, He stomped on the void and turned into a sword light. Not good. Lin Tian's muscles were numb, and he could only use 30 to 40% of his power. Forcibly resisting would only result in failure. Heaven Sieve Armor, release. At this critical moment, Lin Tian's protective Jin Yuan thickened by several inches, looking like a layer of glass. Meanwhile, the outline of a mysterious armor appeared within Lin Tian's robes. As the armor's outline appeared, mysterious runes appeared on the protective Jin Yuan. These runes were connected by fine threads and slowly revolved around Lin Tian. Half-step extreme grade armor. Yi Chen abruptly stopped his momentum. With the Heaven Sieve armor protecting me, I'm already in an invincible position. If this goes on, you'll lose without a doubt. Originally, Lin Tian didn't intend to use the Heaven Sieve armor. As far as he was concerned, apart from the 5 young tycoons, no one was worthy of him using it. Half-step extreme grade armor. This time, Yi Chen is in trouble. If he can't break the Heaven Sieve armor's defense, he won't be able to injure Lin Tian. Moreover, Lin Tian can attack without any restraint. If this goes on, Yi Chen will lose for sure. I heard that Lin Tian obtained the Sky Sieve armor from the Treasure Holy Pagoda. I wonder which level did he reach? No one looked at Lin Tiandong with disdain for using the Heaven Sieve armor to protect himself. To a cultivator, artifacts were also a part of one's strength. If everything was fair, then it would be unfair. After all, some artifacts were obtained by people who risked their lives to obtain them. Yi Chen sized up Lin Tian's barrier and said, "Forget it. I don't have much enmity with you. Let's call it a day. I only hope that you won't provoke me in the future." Crippling Duanlingya was more than enough. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Chen did not want to offend the Lin family, one of the top 4 families in the world. It was not necessary. You want to leave? Lin Tian's face was filled with anger. He indeed didn't have much enmity with Yi Chen, and Lin Ku was only slightly injured. He would be able to fully recover after a month or 2 of recuperation. However, his injuries could recover, but his reputation couldn't. Today, he definitely couldn't allow Yi Chen to leave safely. Lin Tian, couldn't lose. What, you want to fight with me? Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. Yi Chen, could it be that you're afraid? Artifacts are also a part of power. My brother being able to obtain the Heaven Sieve armor is his own ability. No one will say anything. Below, Lin Ku's voice was heard, carrying a hint of pride. Lin Tian's expression also relaxed as he looked at Yi Chen with a mocking expression. Hee. Yi Chen chuckled. Me afraid? Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Buzz. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and a dark blue, domineering sword appeared in Yi Chen's right hand. This sword had not yet been unsheathed, but the air was already filled with destructive lightning arcs. What? Semi-extreme grade sword. Lin Tian cried out in shock. Everyone's expression changed, as well, especially Lin Ku. He wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth, his face full of shock. Chin. Unsheathing the Thunder Disaster Sword. The sword's body flickered like lightning. Yi Chen looked straight at Lin Tian and said indifferently, "Lin Tian, if you want to fight, let's fight. I'm not afraid." Damn it. How come he also has a semi-extreme grade artifact? Lin Tian cursed inwardly. What? You're giving up? Yi Chen saw Lin Tian's flickering gaze. Give up? How is that possible? Today, you and I must decide who's stronger. At this point, Lin Tian already had no way out. He could only fight. If he didn't fight, it would be more humiliating than losing. I'd like to see whether your semi-extreme grade sword is sharper or my Heaven Sieve armor's defense is stronger. Demonic Tiger Blade. The demonic tiger's secret blood art's effect was still ongoing. Lin Tian roared and raised his blade with both hands, slashing at Yi Chen's blade. Breaking your defense is a piece of cake. Yi Chen didn't plan to clash head-on with the opponent. The latter was a body-refining expert who liked to clash head-on. However, Yi Chen wasn't. His previous clash was merely to test the limits of his offense. Now, he already knew the result. It was time to thoroughly defeat the opponent. Swish! With a flash of sword light, Yi Chen raised his speed to the limit and suddenly appeared on Lin Tian's right side. The Thunder Disaster Sword pierced forward, using the perfected amaranthine nature. The rune-covered barrier caved in a bit, and its edges had spiderweb-like cracks. It looked like a transparent glass that was about to shatter. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't want to clash head-on, Lin Tian promptly waved his blade. However, what was cut was only an afterimage. Golden resonant radiance. In the sky, Yi Chen slashed down with his sword upside down. A dazzling golden sword-shaped light wave, with sharp sawteeth cut at Lin Tian's barrier. Sing, 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 sung. Sing, 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 sung. Dazzling sparks flew everywhere, and Lin Tian's barrier was almost cut open. At the crucial moment, he waved his blade upward, shattering the sawtooth light wave. As the sawtooth light wave was shattered, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Lin Tian's barrier was weaker than he had imagined. It seemed like the opponent indeed specialized in strength. Therefore, although the latter's Zhenyuan cultivation base was the same as his, at the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm, it wasn't as solid as his, nor was it as pure as his. Moreover, artifacts required Zhenyuan to activate. Clearly, he couldn't activate the Heaven Sieve armor to its limit. Shwa, 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 shwa. Yi Chen circled around Lin Tian. Lin Tian's reaction wasn't slow either. Out of the 3 times, he managed to parry 2 of Yi Chen's attacks. Here's my chance. A feint triggered Lin Tian's counterattack. Yi Chen once again crossed his 2 swords and slashed at Lin Tian's barrier. Creak, creak. A crisscross sword scar appeared on the barrier, growing larger and larger as it penetrated inside. As the lightning ball shot out, the barrier shattered like an egg, unable to hold on any longer. The huge recoil caused Lin Tian to bleed from his 7 orifices. The blood-colored patterns on his face also dimmed and disappeared, returning to his body. The tiger demon's secret blood art could not be used indefinitely. Being able to last until now meant that the side effects were not small. With so many internal and external problems, Lin Tian would be in a weakened state for a very long time. Lin Tian lost. Duan Lingya, Lin Ku, Mu Yunhe, and Lin Tian, the 4 of them fought with Yi Chen one after another, and they all lost miserably. I dare to bet that in less than 3 months, Yi Chen's name will shake the world, and his fame will catch up to the 5 young tycoons. Do I need you to say that? To be able to defeat Mu Yunhe and Lin Tian, it would be hard for him not to become famous. As the crowd discussed, Yi Chen flew to Murong Qingqing's side, and then he glanced at Lin Ku in the restaurant. Lin Ku noticed Yi Chen's gaze and was startled. He was heavily wounded, and many of his meridians were broken. He couldn't even take one attack from Yi Chen. Let's go. Yi Chen didn't plan to continue chasing after Lin Ku. After all, Duan Lingya was the main culprit, and the others were just accomplices. As Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing left, Lin Ku let out a sigh of relief. They were finally gone. Glancing at Mu Yunhe, Duan Lingya, and his brother, who was even more heavily wounded than him, Lin Ku let out a bitter laugh. This time, they had truly lost everything. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would become so powerful in just a few months? In the past, when they fought with Hai Wuya, they always had the upper hand. Only when Yan Fengfeng was there would they not be able to gain the upper hand. But now that Yi Chen was here, They didn't even have the qualifications to fight. What frightened him the most was that a few months ago, Yi Chun was not his opponent at all. In a month, the incident in West Tomb City had spread throughout the whole Sky Marshal region. Everyone knew that there was a person called Yi Chun who had defeated Lin Ku, Duan Lingya, Mu Yunha, and Lin Tian. His strength had shocked all the geniuses. Dugu family inside a quiet courtyard. Yi Chun, I didn't expect you to improve so fast. Right now, I am indeed not your opponent. But this is just the beginning. Once I have the qualifications to challenge Xiao Chuha, I will challenge you as well. Sitting under a tree, Dugu Ju's eyes shone brightly. One could see that compared to 2 months ago, Dugu Ju's Shen Yuan had become much richer, reaching the peak of mid-sea of Soul's realm. During the battle with Tai Shirchong, he had just broken through to mid-sea of Soul's realm, and he didn't have the time to consolidate his cultivation base. Therefore, he couldn't use any treasures to increase his cultivation base to the peak of mid-sea of Soul's realm. Today, Yi Chen's incident in West Tomb City had spread to the Dugu family, and then to him through his cousin Dugu Ming. When he first heard the news, he was shocked as well. But he soon calmed down, since it didn't matter much at the moment, since everyone was making progress. It was just a matter of how much progress they made. As far as Dugu Ju was concerned, only when one couldn't make any progress would the winner be decided. After all, every level had its limits. For example, one's Shen Yuan cultivation base could only reach the peak of late sea of Soul's realm at most, and one's profound could only reach the mid-rank profound at most. Normally, one's would reach the peak of the 4th step, and those who could break through to the 5th step were few and far between. The top 5 young warriors had basically reached the point where they couldn't make any progress. Therefore, they were the most powerful among the young warriors. Even Lin Tian, who was close to the top 5 young warriors, couldn't handle a few attacks from Xiao Chuha. Therefore, the top 5 young warriors stood at the peak of this level. If they wanted to catch up, they would have to reach the point where they couldn't make any progress. Chapter 605. Only 3 more spirit plants, and then I will have all the materials needed to make the antidote for the shadowless poison. Inside the mountain that was covered in fog, there was a small town. Normally, there would not be a single person in the town, but today there were a lot of people walking out of the town. Among the crowd, a young couple was walking side by side. The man was wearing blue robes, with a long sword hanging on his waist, and the girl was wearing a purple dress, with a light veil covering her face. It was indeed Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng, who had left the West Hill City about a month ago. Yi Chun said, after letting out a breath. Murong Qingcheng glanced at Yi Chun, pressed her lips together, and said, I did not expect you to be able to collect so many materials in such a short time. There are still 3 more, so it should not take too long. Thank you. Her mother, Su Ruhui, had been poisoned by the shadowless poison which had been weighing on Murong Qingcheng's mind for a long time. In fact, if she had not been distracted, she could have reached the Sea of Soul's realm much earlier. After Su Ruhui's help, she was finally able to focus on her closed-door training, and finally reached the Sea of Soul's realm 2 months ago. She originally thought that Yi Chun would not be able to collect that many materials by himself, but she did not expect that Yi Chun would put so much effort into it, and managed to collect almost all of the precious materials. When she arrived, he was still missing 5 materials, but now he was only missing 3. Yi Chun chuckled and did not say anything more. He changed the topic. I did not expect that there would be a small town like this in the middle of nowhere. If I did not get the information from the pavilion, I would have missed the 2 materials that I just got. The small town was called the Barren Mountain Town, which was located at the border between the Sky Marshal region and the North region. No one had lived there for hundreds of years, and then it became a place for a secret auction to deal with some shady items. The time of the auction was not fixed. Sometimes it would be held once every few months, and sometimes it would not be held even once every few years. Through the pavilion, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng knew that there was going to be an auction here, so they rushed over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. A group of people stood on a tall building near the town's gate. Did you see that? It's the two of them. At the auction, that kid spent hundreds of thousands of upper-level spirit stones to buy 2 spirit grasses without even blinking. I'm guessing that he has more upper-level spirit stones on him. The person who spoke raised a finger. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The person beside him said, subconsciously, wrong. It's 1 million upper spiritual stones. 1 million? That's too much. Perhaps his wealth has already been depleted. I've been in the auction house for so many years. How could I be blind? Apart from life and death kings, I haven't seen anyone below life and death king realm. No matter how high their strength is, they will always reveal some clues. From their eyes, facial expressions, and even some small movements, I can guess their net worth. For example, if you have 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, if you spend 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones to buy something, you will definitely feel heartache. You will unconsciously make a move, but you won't be aware of it. That sounds reasonable. You said that brat spent hundreds of thousands of top-rank spirit stones, but he did not feel heartache at all. Therefore, I can guess that his net worth is around 1 million. Indeed, this is a big deal. I am just afraid that we will not be able to afford it. Everyone who dares to come to this town must have something up their sleeves. This brat must be a powerful martial genius from the Sky Martial region. Unfortunately, I have never seen him before. If you haven't seen him before, it means that he is not that famous. As long as he is not one of those famous young warriors, we will have 100% chance of succeeding. Even if it is a famous young warrior, the success rate would be above 60%. Fortune comes from danger, not to mention that we still have 3 godly martial puppet cannons. Damn, let's do it. Yi Chen's fame had only started to spread throughout the Sky Martial region this month. The Barren Ridge town was located at the border between the Sky Martial region and the North region. There were a lot of people who did not know about Yi Chen. We are almost out of the fog hidden magic array. Yi Chun and Yi Chen did not fly into the air. The Barren Ridge town was surrounded by a huge fog hidden magic array. Inside the fog hidden magic array, one could only walk out or in step by step. Once they flew into the air, it would be very easy for them to get lost in the thick fog, which would be a waste of time. This was also the reason why the Barren Ridge town was chosen as the location for the secret auction. Watch out! Yi Chen suddenly grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand and stepped back. Boom! A glaring red light landed on the ground in front of the two of them. In an instant, a huge pit appeared out of thin air. It had a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of more than 50 meters. The exposed surface of the pit was crystallized, and the soil had been burned into crystals. Puppet cannon? Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng stepped back very fast. They were only hit by the shockwave, which was not a big deal. However, the power of the red light made them look serious. If they did not step back in time, the red light would have landed on them. Even if they did not die, they would have been crippled. Damn it! They dodged it. Let's fire together. I do not believe that they can fly away. 3 miles away, a group of people spread out. In front of them were 3 huge puppet cannons. There were wheels on the bottom of the cannons, and their bodies were dark red with complicated patterns carved on them. There was a circle on the top of the cannons, which had a white crystal embedded in it. There was a human shadow on the crystal, which was obviously Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng. Boom, boom, boom. The puppet cannons vibrated, and 3 eye-piercing red lights shot out like 3 burning meteors in the fog, aiming right at the 2 people, who were a few miles away. After dodging 2 of the red light, the third one seemed to be unavoidable. Yi Chen took out his Thunder Disaster sword and threw out a sword attack, hitting right in the middle of the red light. Swoosh! He had already used his gold resonant radiance sword attack this time, which sliced the red light in half. The 2 weaker ones landed on the left and right sides, exploding into a huge flame. Strange. How did they manage to aim at us? Yi Chen was curious, since this fog-hidden spell had the effect of weakening soul power as well. Based on his estimation, it would be around 100 times. With Yi Chen's powerful soul power, he could only shoot it out 5 miles away. Most of the Sea of Souls realm warriors could only reach 1 mile, but according to his senses, the attacker was 3 miles away, which meant that they would be able to aim at them from 3 miles away. Darkness Sky. With both of her hands wrapped in a black chi, Murong Qingcheng pushed up a semicircular black shield, protecting Yi Chen and herself within. What? Gone. On top of the white crystal, Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng had disappeared. In their eyes, it was something unimaginable, since it was not a normal crystal. It was a precious crystal that could sense life. It was not originally mounted on the godly martial puppet cannon, but they had gotten it from some ruins. They had suddenly thought of putting it on the cannon, which was like adding wings to a tiger. They had used it to attack countless Master Level C of Souls realm warriors who were more powerful than them. It must be some kind of secret art. Damn. Let's go. This thing is troublesome. This group of people left without hesitation, putting away the godly martial puppet cannon and disappearing without a trace. They are gone. The moment the black screen was erected, the red light did not attack again. Yi Chen guessed that it was probably because the dark profound had the ability to block out the senses. After all, his soul power had been weakened 80 to 90% by the black screen. When Murong Qingcheng dispersed the black screen, Yi Chen realized that there was no one 3 li away from him. This dark profound of yours is indeed powerful. Yi Chen praised. Murong Qingcheng said, unfortunately, there is only one defensive martial art. Being able to learn the dark profound will benefit me a lot. In the future, I will be able to create my own profound martial art based on the characteristics of the dark profound. Ever since the Sky Thunder Cut and Gold Resonant Radiance sword art had both reached completion, reaching 130% respectively, Yi Chen had already started to study new sword movements. After all, the Sky Thunder Cut and the Gold Resonant Radiance sword art were a bit too low, unable to contain the Thunder Profound and Gold Profound. In Yi Chen's eyes, the sword movements were like a container, and the profound was the water. Once the water was full, it would be completed. But once the water overflowed, it meant that the profound had surpassed the sword movements level, since there were still mid-rank profound sword movements above the low-rank profound. Who are you people? Dozens of miles away, the group of people who had tried to sneak attack Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng had been stopped by a group of men in black robes. These people's bodies were very vague, looking like black smoke or floating shadows, giving people the feeling that they did not have any mass. The leading man laughed. The puppet cannon is not bad. Leave it, and I will not kill you. Why, before he could finish, the leading man's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the crowd. Shoo, shoo, shoo. After a couple of rounds, the group of people who were planning to sneak attack Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng had all fallen down, their chests pierced through. Taking away these people's storage rings, the leading man opened them one by one and soon found 3 godly martial puppet cannons. Not bad. These 3 cannons are the top of the top-rank puppets. Another man in black said, I did not expect this group of trash to have puppet cannons. But It seems like we have gotten lucky. The puppet cannons are an unexpected gain. But killing that young man named Yi Chun and taking that girl is our real goal this time. That Yi Chun is not simple. No wonder he could take off Duan Linya's right arm and make the Ice Pavilion angry. They took out 2 million top-rank soul stones to hire our assassins. That price is enough to kill 10 normal master level C of souls realm warriors. No, not 2 million top-rank soul stones. It is 3 million. Don't forget, all of their wealth is ours as well. Second leader, when should we do it? No rush. Taking that girl would be easy. As for killing Yi Chun, it would be a bit difficult. I do not want to lose half of our men just to complete the mission. It would not fit our motto. Either we do not kill or we do not kill. We, the assassins of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, have never failed in our mission in the past 10 years. Unfortunately, that girl, once we hand her over to the Ice Pavilion, she would be doomed. What can we do? We are paid to do it. Plus, you guys are not good people either. I do not believe that you would not be tempted. Second leader, you are so smart. Chapter 606. Among the top 10 cities in the world, the Sky Marshal region had 4. The Xianming city was a super city near the northern regions. Within the Xianming city, it snowed all year round, and the weather was dark and gloomy. There were often strong gusts of wind that could blow away houses that were not very sturdy and could also blow ordinary people with low cultivation into the sky. In a manor in the city, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng had been living a peaceful life. When they were free, they would make tea and chat and forget about each other. Of course, the two did not forget to cultivate. On the empty ground of the manor covered in snow, Yi Chun held a normal sword in his hand. His body moved, and the sword light danced in the air. Beams of gold light shot out from the tip of the sword. Sword art does not have to be as complicated as possible. It should be as close to the profound as possible. If I can get close to the profound, I will get twice the result with half the effort. If I can't get close to the profound, I will get half the result with twice the effort. The metal profound is all about sharpness, but I always feel that it is missing something. The metal yuan qi turned into sword qi crisscrossed, and with a few cracking sounds, the thick layer of frost on the surface of the lake was cut open. The lake water surged up, and as the sword qi increased, the frost was broken into pieces, and some of it was directly turned into powder by the sword qi, turning into ice water. In the lake, circles of ripples spread out. Inadvertently glancing at the lake, Yi Chun stopped what he was doing and stared at the ripples on the lake. Metal, water, right? Metal gives birth to water. Something in Yi Chun's mind seemed to have been opened, and he suddenly understood. Generally speaking, gold begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and earth begets gold. Generally speaking, gold mines are always found near rivers, which means that wherever there is gold, there must be water. As for gold begets water, it doesn't mean that when the metal melts, it will turn into liquid metal. Instead, when the metal is left for a period of time, there will be water droplets on the surface of the metal. In a deeper sense, the metal's temperature will moisturize the metal. Therefore, if one wanted to create a sword movement that was more suitable for the metal profound, they couldn't just focus on the metal element, but also on the water element. After figuring out the breakthrough, Yi Chun continued to practice his sword art. It could be seen that Yi Chun's sword art no longer pursued sharpness and fierceness. Gradually, there was a gentleness to it. This gentleness did not make the sharpness of the sword art dissipate. Instead, it made the sword art more resilient and offensive, increasing its lethality. 3 days later, roar! A crisp sound of a sword rang out. Yi Chun waved his sword, and a few streaks of golden sword chi spread out like ripples towards the fake mountain next to the lake. The rockery did not move at all. With a smile on his face, Yi Chun pushed out with his left hand, and a palm wind blew out. Swoosh! The fake mountain was shattered into pieces, falling onto the ground. The cut was smooth and clean, as if it had been carefully polished. There was not even a single speck of dust on it. Normally, when he used his gold profound sword art to cut, there would be some dust. That was because the sword chi was too sharp and aggressive, which made the power spread out. The gentleness had made the sword chi even more condensed. This attack is still in its early stages, but I have finally found the right path. Since it was inspired by water, I will call it Gold Pattern. Gold Pattern. It was the first mid-rank profound sword art that Yi Chun had created. Its power was twice as powerful as the gold resonant radiance sword art, and that was because it had not been completed yet. Once it was completed, even normal mid-rank profound martial arts would not be able to reach such a level of power, because this attack was no longer just a simple gold profound sword art. On this day, the sky was clear, which was rare for it to be. White snow covered the sky, and everything was covered in silver. I have been here for a couple of days, and I still have not had the chance to walk around the Xianming city. Let's go for a walk. After spending some time together, the relationship between Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng had developed naturally. The two were enjoying each other's warmth as they walked out of the mansion hand in hand. Xianming City was one of the top 10 cities in the world, so the flow of people was astonishing. Once the sky cleared up, the streets were filled with people. There were martial artists with sabers and swords, peddlers and servants, travel-worn merchants, and young masters and ladies of rich families. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng walked in the crowd, looking like cranes among chickens. After walking for a while, the two arrived at a restaurant and sat by the window. Have you heard? On the 18th of September, Xia Hozuan from the Godly Finger Martial School is going to battle with Bai Wuxue on the Nine-Dragon Mountain. Suddenly, someone said a shocking piece of news. What? Xia Hozuan and Bai Wuxue are going to battle? Is this news true? Of course it is. Right now, this news has spread all over the Sky Martial region. The Xianming city is located in the north of the region, so it would take a bit longer for the news to arrive. The top 5 young warriors challenging each other is such a grand occasion. Normally, they would not do it in a big way, and would only do it in the dark. Once they challenge each other, they would have to have a winner, and it would be very intense. In the past 5 years, only the sword master had challenged Xiao Chuhe once. That time, it was the sword master who was slightly more powerful, wounding Xiao Chuhe with one sword attack. But I heard that Xiao Chuhe's power had already grown to an unpredictable level, so I would not say that he is weaker than the sword master. Moreover, Xia Hozuan and Bai Wuxue have never revealed their full power. I did not expect that they would challenge each other this time. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng heard all of these people, and they could not help but be interested. The 18th of September, there is still 1.5 months from now. Murong Qingcheng said. Yi Chun said, I have seen Bai Wuxue once before. His power is unpredictable, and his aura is everywhere. He is much more powerful than Lin Tian, Mu, and Yun He. The top 5 young warriors should all be at the peak of the Sea of Souls realm. If they continue to break through, they would be heading toward the life and death realm. I wonder if those famous master-level warriors from the older generation would be able to compete with these 5. Murong Qingcheng said. Yi Chun shook his head. There might not be many who could beat the top 5 young warriors. Of course, it is not like there are none. The leader of the Dragon God Celestial Palace, Zhang Zhenguang, is already close to the top 5 young warriors. As for the other 4 palaces, such as the Black Dragon Palace, Azure Dragon Palace, White Dragon Palace, and Red Dragon Palace, there might be some palace leaders who are as powerful as the top 5 young warriors, or even more powerful. There are also the top 3 blade master-level warriors. Xiao Chuha had only beaten one of them, Shun Qianlang. Yeah, Morong Qingqing nodded and laughed. Right now, there are rumors in the Sky Martial region saying that you are the number 1 warrior just below the top 5 young warriors. Even Dugu Ju and Dantai Mingwe have been left behind by you. Yi Chen chuckled. That is not necessarily true. You know that I have improved really fast in the past couple of months, and now I have slowed down. So, the others must have their periods of rapid improvement and slow improvement as well. Sometimes it does not mean much. As the two were talking, the restaurant became more and more lively. You guys, who do you think is stronger? Xia Hozuan or Bai Wuxue? That is hard to say. Xia Hozuan and Bai Wuxue both have their own glorious sides. Xia Hozuan is one of the top master-level warriors in finger arts, while Bai Wuxue is the only Sea of Souls realm warrior who made it out of the blood-crying ghost region alive in the past 20 years. Without a battle, it would be hard to tell who is stronger. Although that is the case, I still think Xia Hozuan will win. You did not see his finger art. It is so shocking. I heard that it is something called the Void Shattering Finger, which contains the Space Profound. Space Profound. Gasps were heard one after another. Yi Chen's pupils had shrunk as well. Yi Chen, what is it? Morong Qingcheng asked. Yi Chen forced a smile and said, You should know that I have a finger art which also contains the Space Profound. It is called the Void Shattering Finger. If I have guessed it right, Xia Hozuan's Void Shattering Finger and my Void Shattering Finger come from the same source. They are 2 movements of the Void Shattering Finger. 2 movements of the Void Shattering Finger? So, besides the 2 of you, there might be other Void Shattering Finger arts out there. Yi Chen said, I do not know how many movements of the Void Shattering Finger art Xia Hozuan has, but he and I will cross paths in the future. I just do not know where things will go. The Void Shattering Finger art and the white key that he got from the goat, Head Mountain, contained a shocking treasure. Until now, Yi Chen still did not know what it represented. He vaguely knew that it was a graveyard, the graveyard of a titled emperor. Of course, it was just a literal understanding, and no one knew what it actually was. After all, there were just too few clues. Then, you should try not to expose your Void Shattering Finger art in the future. Morong Qingcheng reminded him. Yi Chen said, I will. This battle between Xia Hozuan and Bai Wuxue is a great opportunity for me. Perhaps my Void Shattering Finger art will also make a breakthrough to the profound level. Without even thinking about it, Xia Hozuan's achievement in the Void Shattering Finger art would definitely be higher than Yi Chen's, since he was at least 10 years older than Yi Chen. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become one of the top 5 young warriors. Xia Hozuan would definitely use his Void Shattering Finger art during his battle with Bai Wuxue. By then, Yi Chen would be able to observe his Void Shattering Finger art and learn the profound of space. Ha! It is less than a month and a half until the 18th of September. With my speed, I should be able to reach the 9-Dragon Mountain just in time. After drinking, I will leave immediately. You are right. It would be such a pity if I did not go and take a look at such a grand occasion. Plus, the top 5 young warriors have invited each other to battle. So all of the top young warriors in the world would definitely come to watch. Not just the top young warriors, even the master-level warriors from the older generation would come. They would also like to see how powerful the top 5 young warriors are. The news about the battle between Xia Hozuan and Bai Wuxue was just too shocking. The atmosphere in the restaurant was extremely heated, and it had not calmed down yet. "Let's go." Putting down a piece of gold, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng walked out of the restaurant. Among the people who were drinking, someone accidentally glanced at Yi Chun from the side. He poked the person next to him and said, "Why do I feel like he looks a bit like Yi Chun who had beaten Lin Tian? Yi Chun, let me see." The person next to him looked over and frowned. Then he looked at Murong Qingcheng, who was right next to Yi Chun. "It is Yi Chun." After what happened in the Westling city, there was a lady in a purple dress with a light veil on her face right next to Yi Chun. Yi Chun. Everyone's attention had been attracted, but unfortunately, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng had already walked out of the restaurant. There was a rumor in the Sky Marshal region that Yi Chun was the top young warrior, just below the top 5 young warriors. This news had already reached the Xianming city. Chapter 607. Back at the mansion, the two didn't go to the 9-Dragon Mountain right away. Although the 9-Dragon Mountain was far away, the two both had flying puppets which could fly day and night. In less than half a month, they would be able to get to the 9-Dragon Mountain. Plus, it was not pointless for them to stay here. They were waiting for the news from the pavilion. The pavilion had 10 branches in total, and they were all located in the top 10 cities in the world. There were also some branches in smaller cities, but they were only used to collect information, and they did not accept inquiries. Arriving at the Xianming city, Yi Chun spent a large amount of top-rank soul stones to ask the pavilion to help him gather information about the last 3 materials. He promised that he would have a reply in a month, and it had already been half a month. The night came, and the entire Xianming city was in darkness. Formation. In the cold wind, groups of people in black suddenly appeared from all directions, heading towards the mansion that Yi Chun was in. There were 49 of them in total, but they did not enter the mansion. Instead, they waited outside, and each of them formed a hand seal. The hand seals were exactly the same, and the speed at which they formed the hand seals was exactly the same. It was not hard to imagine that they had practiced this technique hundreds and thousands of times, without a single mistake. As they formed the hand seals, circles of black shadows spread out with them as the center. There was a slight difference between the black shadows and the night sky, which was that it was completely black and would not reflect any light. 49 people and 49 black shadows combined together, eventually forming a massive black light shield that covered the entire mansion. From the outside, it looked like the mansion had disappeared into thin air. Inside the mansion, sneak attack, Yi Chun walked out of the house and stepped on the snowy ground, and Murong Qingcheng followed him. The two raised their heads. The sky was pitch black, and there were no stars at all. Looking out of the mansion, the buildings outside the mansion seemed to have disappeared as well, and there was only darkness. Swoosh! Yi Chun pointed his finger at the darkness, and a ray of sword chi shot out like a beam of light. Without a sound, the sword chi disappeared into the darkness. Such a powerful formation. It has formed a ward. Yi Chun's eyes focused as he said, "Ward." Murong Qingcheng had heard of this term before, but she didn't know much about it. A barrier can be said to be a kind of domain. This kind of domain separates us from the outside world. Inside the barrier, no matter what happens, it will be difficult for the outside world to know unless the barrier is broken. Of course, this is only the most basic ability of a barrier. Murong Qingcheng said, "Such a meticulous plan, it should be a powerful assassination force. I wonder which assassination force it is. This enchantment contains the profound of shadow. If I have guessed it right, the people who created this array are assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. The Ghost Shadow Pavilion is the #1 assassin in the whole continent, and the leader of the pavilion, the Shah ancestor, is the #1 assassin in the whole world. He also has 4 assassin kings under his command. But the Shah ancestor and the assassin kings have nothing to do with us, since they would not need to use life and death realm warriors to assassinate us. Otherwise, the whole continent would be in chaos already. Facing a crisis that he had never encountered before, Yi Chen did not panic too much. Panicking would only give the assassin an opportunity, which would not help the situation. Outside the dark shadow barrier, a group of men in black that had appeared near the town walked out, being able to force us to use the 7 extreme ghost shadow spell. This Yi Chen should be proud of himself even if he dies. In the past 10 years, this is the 3rd time we have used it. The leading man in black said, for normal master level C of souls, realm warriors, 2 or 3 of us would be enough. But for a famous master level C of souls realm warrior, we would need a set of careful plans. But according to the information we have gathered, this Yi Chen's survival ability is extremely horrifying. Therefore, I had no choice but to ask for permission to use the 7 extreme ghost shadow spell, and they had agreed to send out 49 support killers to help us. The ghost shadow pavilion had its own rules. They would only have 1 chance to assassinate someone, and if they failed, they would not be able to do it again. Of course, it was not because the ghost shadow pavilion was kind-hearted, but because of the pressure from all sides. Since there were more powerful parties than just the ghost shadow pavilion in the whole continent, if they made the public angry, then they would not be able to stay in the whole continent anymore. Even so, there were still people who came to cause trouble for the ghost shadow pavilion, trying to take them out. There is only 1 chance. I do not want any failures under my leadership. Don't worry, second leader. With the help of the 7 extreme ghost shadow spell, this assassination will not fail at all. I don't even think we will need to use it. Do not be too careless. I have a feeling that this assassination will be the most difficult one. The leading man in black, who was called the second leader, was not saying it out of nowhere. After being an assassin for a long time, one would have a feeling in their heart. If the other targets were prey in his eyes, then Yi Chen would be the hunter. No matter how powerful the prey was, it would still be captured, and the hunter would most likely turn the tables and try to assassinate them. All right, let's move. Open a door. The leading man in black looked cold as he ordered one of the killers who had set up the ward. Yes, the killer who had set up the ward changed his hand seal, and a door appeared on the pitch black light cover. It was still pitch black inside the door. Shoo! The group of people walked in, and the door was closed. In the manner, black shadows were everywhere, like a group of demons dancing. These black shadows could appear anywhere, in the trees, in the snow, in the air, in the buildings, in the flowers, and even in the lake. There were black shadows coming out. If one thought that the black shadows had no killing power, then it would be a big mistake. These black shadows should be controlled by the killers who had set up the ward, and they had extraordinary killing power. The black shadows could also materialize and assassinate 2 people. Swoosh! Slashing a black shadow with his sword, Yi Chen realized that this black shadow seemed to have an immortal body, and it would quickly regenerate. Curtain of darkness. Murong Qingqing used the dark profound, and a black light cover appeared, protecting Yi Chen and herself. Bang! The dark profound was very magical, and it could stop the black shadows from invading. But it was useless. Although the black shadows outside couldn't come in, the curtain of darkness was inside the ward, so the space inside the curtain of darkness would produce new black shadows to assassinate them. Dispersing the curtain of darkness, Murong Qingqing frowned. Although these black shadows can't do anything to us, being trapped inside is not a good thing. Yi Chen said indifferently, "Wait, the trump card will come soon." Although the ward was powerful, it was just a supporting function. The real assassin would be the killer, and that would be the most thrilling battle. He die. Among the black shadows, there were some slightly different black shadows. These black shadows weren't exposed to Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing's sight, but they were hiding behind other black shadows. At this moment, several black shadows shot over. After being cut, one of them materialized, and a purple dagger appeared in his hand. The tip of the dagger was purple, and it was obviously poisonous. Swoosh! The dagger stabbed into the back of Yi Chen's heart. Success! Watch out! The killer didn't have time to be happy, as he saw that he had stabbed a black shadow. The black shadow disappeared, and a cold voice came from behind him. Shadow profound. I know it too. Crack! The killer's head was twisted by a hand, and his face was full of shock, as if he was asking who the killer was. Bastard! This guy knows Shadow Profound too. The other killers who had snuck in gritted their teeth. At the same time, they couldn't help but shiver. A prey that knew Shadow Profound was many times more dangerous than a prey at the same level. Shoo! After killing one killer, Yi Chen's body twisted, turning into a black shadow and rushing into the area where the black shadows gathered. Good chance. I will go catch that girl now and make him hesitate. Another killer's face flashed with joy. Without making a sound, he started to approach Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing's pupils suddenly opened. There was another pupil inside, and it was a black vertical eye. Glancing around, she saw a faint human shadow flying over. Flying sky assassination cut. Murong Qingqing threw out a palm attack. Boom! That killer was blown away, puking out blood from his mouth. Hee, you are indeed worthy of the perfect demi-demon bloodline. You can see through the Shadow Profound. Unfortunately, your vision is too narrow. A faint human shadow appeared behind Murong Qingqing again, pointing at the acupuncture point on the back of her neck. Are you talking about yourself? Yi Chun had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The three of them were in a straight line. Behind Murong Qingqing was the killer, and behind the killer was Yi Chun. What? Impossible. When did he get here? The killer's face was full of fear. Reaching out his right hand, Yi Chun grabbed the killer's head. With a twist of his wrist, the killer's head was turned around, facing Yi Chun. Be careful. Yi Chun naturally knew about Murong Qingqing's abilities. She was not an ordinary person. She had cultivated a demi-body, and she also had the perfect demi-demon bloodline. Anyway, she was clearly different from humans. Her assassination skills were much better than most people. Yeah, I know. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, was quite impressed by Yi Chen's unpredictability. Even she did not know how he got here, so she guessed that he must have used some kind of trick. The black shadows inside the barrier were endless. Murong Qingqing's demon eyes could only see through 1 or 2 layers of black shadows. If there were more layers of black shadows, the demon eyes would be useless. After all, the Shadow Profound was not an ordinary one. It was a profound used for assassination. Soul Destruction Wave. Facing the incoming black shadows, Murong Qingqing reached out her palm. A black light ball was condensed, and she clenched her fist. Buzz! The black light ball exploded, shooting out in a fan shape. Ah! An assassin could not bear the soul attack, and showed himself. With a flash, Murong Qingqing chopped off the assassin's head. On the other side, Yi Chun killed another assassin. In total, 4 assassins had died in the hands of Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing. However, in the following confrontation, Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing both found that the assassins were getting more and more powerful. In other words, the ones who died earlier were the weaker ones. The ones who survived were all elite assassins who had experienced hundreds of battles. Humph! I finally tested your bottom line. Next, you two will not be able to escape from our palms. Yi Chun knew the Shadow Profound, and Murong Qingcheng had the demon eyes. This was the consensus of the remaining assassins. Soul eyes open. Right at this moment, a slit appeared between Yi Chen's brows, and a silver radiance leaked out. In the manner, all the assassins had nowhere to hide. Chapter 608. The killers from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion did not know how powerful Yi Chen's soul eye was. Although they felt a bit uneasy, they did not do anything. Plus, even if they knew about the power of the soul eye, there was no way out for them. The duration of the soul eye was very short, so Yi Chen had to finish the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, the second he opened it, he threw out a sword attack toward the two killers not far away. It was the gold pattern that he had just learned. Shoo! Shoo! A couple of messy gold sword chi spread out like a pattern, and the two killers were instantly cut into pieces. There was no blood coming out from the wounds, as it was all sealed inside their bodies. This was the horrifying part of the gold pattern. The power only traveled in one line, and the power that leaked out was very little. Die! Yi Chen's sharp counterattack had made the killers from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion panic a bit. One of them, who had been hiding very well and was getting closer to Yi Chen, could not hold it in anymore. His body appeared from the crowd of black shadows. He had two ghost claws on his hands, which were shining with a dim light. Within a second, dozens of claw shadows had been shot out. Reverse sky thundercut. Yi Chen did not panic at all as he reached his left hand into his waist, holding his gold sword in a reverse grip. He threw out a sword attack, the dark blue sword light shining brightly. Swoosh! The claw shadow split apart, and a red line appeared on the killer's face. Blood poured out from the red line, and in the next second, his whole body was cut in half. Is he a human or a ghost? The rest of the killers saw this scene and started to panic for the first time. Up until now, they had not even touched Yi Chen, but he had already killed 6 of them. They were all ghost killers who had killed Master Level C of Soul's Realm Warriors before. But now, they had all been killed by Yi Chen, and they had not even found a way to kill Yi Chen yet. Do not waste time with him. Capture that woman. Finally, these killers understood that it was impossible to kill Yi Chen now. Only by capturing Murong Qingcheng would they have a chance. Even if it did not work out, they could still use Murong Qingcheng to complete the mission, since the mission was divided into 2 parts. One was to kill Yi Chen, and the other was to take Murong Qingcheng away. Swish, swish, swish. All the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion pounced on Murong Qingcheng at the same time. As for the black shadows controlled by the assassins who had set up the wizardry barriers, they surrounded Yi Chen and prevented him from helping. For a moment, Murong Qingcheng and Yi Chen were separated. Curtain of darkness. Murong Qingcheng was not an existence that could be killed at will. The curtain of darkness could not stop the incorporeal shadows, but it could stop the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions rang out continuously. The assassins of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion were blocked outside the black barrier. Shadow stab. An extremely powerful assassin from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had a ferocious look on his face. He pierced through the black barrier with one strike, and his body flashed as he dashed inside. Little bitch, when I catch you, I'll take good care of you. If you want to blame someone, blame your sweetheart. This assassin from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion was very afraid of Yi Chen, and this fear gave birth to ruthlessness. This time, even if he could not kill Yi Chen, he would make him suffer. How arrogant! Murong Qingcheng's pupils were vertical, which was the demon eye she had after cultivating the demon body. With the demon eye, she could see every move of her opponent. Boom! The two exchanged one move, and the assassin from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had the upper hand. He changed his footwork, and the assassin turned into a wisp of black smoke, approaching Murong Qingqing in a flash. His movement and flying skill were indeed unexpected. Even if Murong Qingqing's speed was not any slower than his, it still gave the illusion that she could not block it. Swoosh! Two black shadows spread out behind Murong Qingqing. They were not the shadows inside the wizardry barriers, nor were they the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. They were a pair of black bat wings that were 1 meter long. The black bat wings stretched out from Murong Qingqing's shoulder blades, and a wave of horrifying demon power spread out crazily. What? After missing his attack, the assassin realized that Murong Qingqing had disappeared, and what was left was only a shadow. What was even more frightening was that because Murong Qingqing's speed was too fast, her aura was still lingering on the shadow. No matter how good his eyes were, no matter how sharp his senses were, he would not be able to tell the real one from the fake one. Flying assassination cut. With the black bat wings on her back, Murong Qingqing performed her profound sense martial art perfectly. It was obvious that she was not as powerful as her opponent, but she was still able to beat him. Looking from afar, this assassin was surrounded by Murong Qingqing's shadows, which kept attacking the assassin in the middle. They were as fast as black shooting stars, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Being surrounded by so many black shadows, Yichen was not too worried, since he already knew about Murong Qingqing's hidden power. For example, the demon eyes and the black bat wings. The demon eyes were formed naturally after training the demonic body, since the eyes were also part of the demonic body. Meanwhile, the black bat wings were Murong Qingqing's special power. If Yuan Ye's special power was the strengthening of defense, then Murong Qingqing's special power would be the strengthening of speed, and this pair of black bat wings would be the key to that. Ting, dang, dang. From being at a disadvantage to having the upper hand, Murong Qingqing's attacking power had increased drastically. Of course, it would still be impossible for her to kill her opponent within a short period of time. Let's go together. The rest of the killers from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion jumped up after the black wall disappeared. They turned into countless black shadows, trying to kill Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing had fallen into a disadvantage again, and her route of movement was constantly blocked by the killers from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Break! 100 steps away, Yichen crossed his two swords in front of him, breaking through the black shadow's blockade. Amaranthan nature. A sword light flashed once outside of his body as Yichen caught a killer from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion and threw out a sword attack. Swoosh! There were not many people who could dodge the Amaranthan nature, and it obviously did not include the one who had been hit by the sword. The soul, eye is about to close. Feeling the pain in between his eyebrows, Yichen seized the last chance and threw out a couple of sword attacks. Dozens of messy gold sword chi spread out, killing a lot of the killers from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Only one killer from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion was still fighting against Murong Qingqing. Pap! The soul eye had finally closed. However, Yichen did not really need it anymore. Run! That killer from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion ran towards the edge of the barrier. Where do you think you are going? Yichen followed closely behind him. Let's die together. Realizing that he could not escape, that killer suddenly turned around. Intense black light shone out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. He was going to explode himself. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's sword was so fast that it pierced through his eyebrows. After killing the last killer from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, Yi Chen slightly relaxed his nerves. During this short period of time, he seemed to be very relaxed, but he was actually extremely tense. He did not dare to make a single mistake because he knew that he was facing the best killer in the whole continent. Abruptly, a figure jumped out from the shadow of the rockery on the right side of Yi Chen. He was the leader of this group of killers and was called the deputy leader. You will not escape death after all. The deputy leader's face was full of joy. He did not expect that he would lose so many warriors to kill Yi Chun. Almost all of them had been killed. But it was all over now. At least he had survived and completed the mission. He did not care too much about the loss of his warriors. As an assassin, he would die sooner or later. Oh yeah, Yi Chun did not have enough time to dodge, and he could not even block out the attack. However, he still had enough time to activate his dragon power. The dragon power combined with his physical body covered his entire body. All of a sudden, a layer of white bone appeared on his skin. A light pressure spread out, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Boom! The second leader of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had pierced through Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan layer and landed on his chest. Even with the gold armor, Yi Chun would still be wounded badly. Once he was wounded badly, he would not be able to compete with the second leader of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. However, with the protection of the Dragon Bone layer, he had only backed out for dozens of steps, and there was not a single wound on his body. 3 layers of defense. One was the protective Zhenyuan, the second was the gold armor, and the last was the Dragon Bone defense. If Yi Chun was wounded, then it would be really strange. After all, assassins were not that powerful in terms of attacking power. What they studied was assassination. Impossible. The deputy leader was shocked. It was not that he had never seen prey with powerful defense before, but he had never seen one like Yi Chun. If all the targets had this kind of defense, then there would be no need for the Ghost Shadow Pavilion to exist anymore. After all, if he could not even break through their defense, then how could he assassinate them? Unless the target did not have any defense and came to him on his own. Gold pattern. With the Dragon Bone defense, Yi Chun did not feel much of the vibration. Plus, because of the dragon power, his body was extremely powerful. His chi and blood only shook a little before returning to normal. Activating his Zhenyuan, Yi Chun held his breath and waved out a sword attack. Dang! 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 The deputy leader was very powerful, only slightly weaker than Yi Chun, and almost at the same level as Lin Tianmu and Yun He. Soul Extinguishing Wave. Murong Qingcheng appeared from the side with an extremely fast speed. She threw out her ace attack right from the start. The unique soul attack landed on the deputy leader's Soul C. Not good. Even though Murong Qingcheng's comprehension of the soul extinguishing wave had not reached completion yet, it was still enough to make the deputy leader's face turn pale, and he felt dizzy. Die! This time, Yi Chun took care of the deputy leader smoothly. The scattered golden sword Qi sliced him into pieces, sending his limbs flying everywhere. Mission failed. Back out. Seeing the deputy leader die, the 49 assassins who had set up the ward all stopped their attacks, dispelling the ward. They then ran in different directions, disappearing into the night. They sure ran away fast. Yi Chun did not plan to chase after them, since he knew about the rules of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. There was only one chance to assassinate a target. Once the mission failed, there would be no more assassinations. Of course, there were some exceptions. The black bat wings on her back flapped as Murong Qingcheng put them away and sighed. If they had not run into us, they would have more than 90% chance of succeeding. There are always people who are not afraid of assassination, and we are one of them. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Right then, news came from the pavilion as well. Out of the 3 materials, only one of them was in the hands of a rank 6 martial institution, which happened to be on the way to the 9 Dragon Mountain. Therefore, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng left for the 9 Dragon Mountain immediately. Chapter 609. The Flowing Spring Valley was one of the many rank 6 martial institutions in the Sky Martial region. The leader of the valley, Hua Yingmei, was a rare female leader. Her power was not weak at all, and she was also a Master Level C of Soul's Realm Warrior. As a veteran rank 6 martial institution in the Sky Martial region, there was no reason for her not to know about Yi Chun. Therefore, she seemed to be very friendly toward Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing's visit. Yi Chun exchanged a few words with them before telling them the reason for their visit. Hearing him, Hua Yingmei frowned and forced a smile. If you two had come a few months earlier, I would have given the fruit to you for sure. Unfortunately, you came at a bad time. The only fruit in our martial institution has already been made into a pellet with other ingredients. Yi Chun said, I heard that there is a phoenix plume tree in the flowing spring valley. Could it be that this tree only has one fruit? Hua Yingmei knew that the other party suspected that she was evading, so she explained, a phoenix plume tree that is thousands of years old will naturally have more than one phoenix plume fruit, but the phoenix plume tree of our sect is only 900 years old. It blooms every 3 years and bears fruit every 3 years. If you two don't believe me, I can take you to see the phoenix plume tree. I believe that with your eyesight, you should be able to see the phoenix plume tree. That will not be necessary. Yi Chun also knew that the maturity of the phoenix plume tree had something to do with the number of fruits. Since she had already said it, it would be disrespectful of him if he still doubted her. Warrior, Yi is in urgent need of the fruit? Hua Yingmei asked. Yi Chun nodded. I needed to make an antidote for saving people. Hua Yingmei said, Young Hero Yi, perhaps you can go to the northern sector's Desolate Fire region to take a look. Our sect's phoenix plume tree was transplanted from the Desolate Fire region. Although I don't know if there's a second phoenix plume tree there. It's better than no hope. Desolate Fire region? That was the barbarian race's territory. 2/3 of the entire northern regions were the barbarian race's territory, while the remaining 1/3 was occupied by other races. Where exactly is the Desolate Fire region? A region was just too huge. Even a life and death realm warrior would not be able to explore the entire region without leaving a single gap in his or her entire life. This phoenix plume tree was found in the western part of the barbaric mountains. I have a map here that I can give to young Hero Yi. Hua Yingmei took out an aged map from her storage ring and handed it over to Yi Chun. This map did not have much value to her anyway, so she might as well do him a favor. Yi Chun took the map and opened it. The map only outlined the terrain of the barbaric mountains. Everything else was drawn with lines. Putting away the map, Yi Chun said emotionally, Everyone says that Leader Hua is a kind person. Now that I have seen him, it is indeed true. I can see that you are at peak level late C of Soul's realm, and you should be accumulating your Zhen Yuan to prepare for breaking through to the life and death realm. How about this? I have a couple of plants here as a thank you gift. Hua Yingmei wanted to reject it, but she said, breaking through to the life and death realm is not that easy. I can only try my best. As for the thank you gift, forget it. I did not help you that much anyway. Yi Chun chuckled. Valley Leader Hua, don't be in such a hurry to reject me. The herbs that I want to give you are the necessary materials for making extreme rank heaven spirit pellets. If you can find the other leftovers, you can make a batch of extreme rank heaven spirit pellets, which would save you at least 10 years of hard work. As he spoke, Yi Chun took out a couple of plants with powerful spirit chi. The necessary materials for making extreme rank heaven spirit pellets. Hua Yingmei was shocked. Breaking through to the life and death realm would require way too much Zhen Yuan. Although her cultivation was still far from the life and death realm, and she might not be able to reach it in this lifetime, who would have the confidence to make it? If she did not prepare well, there would be no hope at all. If she really had a furnace of extreme rank heaven spirit pellets, it would indeed save her at least 10 years of hard work. Plus, Even if she could not reach the life and death realm in the future, she would still have the chance to reach half-step king warrior. This, Hua Ingmei blushed a bit. Before, she had rejected it, but now she was hesitating again. Here, Leader Hua. Yichen handed the plants to him. Although these plants were precious, he had quite a lot of them, and they were all from the Treasure River Island and the Savage Ancient Place. Most of them were from the Treasure River Island. Unfortunately, it was already hidden, otherwise he would like to go there again. Valley Master Hua took the herbs and said seriously, I only helped young Hero Yi with a small matter, but young Hero Yi gave me a big gift. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just tell me. My Flowing Spring Valley has some connections. Then I will leave now. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng stood up and said goodbye. Leaving the palace, the two walked toward the entrance of the valley. This leader is quite easy to talk to. Murong Qingcheng laughed. Yi Chun nodded. As the leader of a martial school, Leader Hua's attitude is indeed admirable. He might even have a chance to reach the life and death realm. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the valley, got on the flying puppet, and flew toward the Nine-Dragon Mountain. The Nine-Dragon Mountain was one of the most famous mountains in the Sky Martial region. It was huge, no smaller than a mid-sized mountain range. It looked like it was surrounded by 9 dragons. Along the way, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng could see Sea of Souls realm warriors flying toward the Nine-Dragon Mountain. Some of them were alone, while some were in groups, which were obviously the disciples of the big martial institutions. Some of them were riding on vicious flying beasts, looking quite extraordinary. All in all, the Nine-Dragon Mountain had become the most popular place. Haha, Brother Yi, what a coincidence! On the right, Hai Wuya and his junior brothers and sisters were approaching on a water-type, flying demonic beast. Yichen chuckled. Oh, it is Brother Hai. The two of them exchanged a few words before introducing each other to the people beside them. Brother Yi, it has been a couple of months since I last saw you. Your name has become quite famous in the Sky Martial region. Everyone says that you are the #1 warrior, just below the top 5 young warriors. To be honest, when Hai Wuya first heard the news, he was indeed shocked. All of them had the dragon blood plant, and they had all trained some of it, but the improvement was not that huge. At most, it would be a small increase. On the other hand, Yi Chun had already surpassed most of the famous young warriors. Yi Chun forced a smile. Times have changed. I guess a lot of people do not like me anymore. You are right. Besides the top 5 young warriors, no one would dare to call themselves the #1 warrior. Therefore, a lot of people do not like you. I guess there will be a lot of people who will challenge you. It is inevitable. Let's see who is more powerful with our moves. Yi Chun did not care much about it. There would be a price to pay for being famous. If one did not want to pay the price, then it would be best not to be famous at all. As long as you are confident. Hai Wuya changed the topic. Speaking of which, this battle between Xia Hozuan and Bai Wushue has caused quite a big commotion. All of the young warriors want to see the gap between them and the top 5 young warriors. Those older generation master-level warriors also want to know how powerful the top 5 young warriors are, and if they have the power to threaten them. Anyway, this battle might be a meeting of master-level warriors, and there will be a lot of people there. I guess half of all the master-level warriors in the whole true spirit continent will be there. Yi Chun said the battle between Xia Hozuan and Bai Wushue would also be beneficial to the people watching. I think that is the main reason. Yeah, indeed. Yes, that is indeed the case. Cultivation base, will, and profound sense are all part of one's basic strength. Everyone has them, but when 2 people with similar basic strength meet each other, there might be a huge gap. For example, the profound sense contained in the low-grade profound sense martial arts are all about the same, so no one will be able to surpass the other by much. However, why would there be a difference in the power? That is because of the difference in martial arts styles and usage. Moreover, the profound sense martial arts created by oneself and the profound sense of others are the same, but the profound sense martial arts created by oneself are more suitable for oneself and can display the extreme power. There are too many of them, and it is impossible to judge a person's strength from the basic strength. You still have to look at the battle power. 3 days later, Yi Chun and the group of people arrived at the Nine-Dragon Mountain. Hai Wuya said, Xia Hozuan, and by Wushua's battle location is right in the middle of the Nine-Dragon Mountain, the Nine-Dragon Lake. Let's go. When Yi Chun and the group arrived at the Nine-Dragon Lake, it was already surrounded by people. Some of them seemed to be enjoying themselves, building pavilions, and even wooden houses near the lake. Following what Yi Chun and the others had done, more people were building places to watch the battle. This is indeed a grand occasion. Looking around, Yi Chun could see at least hundreds of Master-level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors and thousands of Sea of Souls Realm Warriors. None of them were weak, and their auras were powerful. Yi Chun is here. Hai Wuya is here as well. Some of the people had recognized Yi Chun and Hai Wuya, who was quite famous. There is a small mountain over there. The Nine-Dragon Lake was huge, and there were not that many people here yet. So there was still a lot of empty space around. Yi Chun controlled his flying puppet to carry him and Murong Qingcheng over there. Hai Wuya naturally followed as well, since a small mountain was more than enough for more people to watch the battle. One of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Shen Qianlang, is here. Although Shen Qianlang had lost to Xiao Chuha, one of the top 5 young warriors, no one doubted his power. So, the necessary respect was still necessary. Look, one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Lin Chaonan, the leader of the Wavy Snow Palace, the Snow Sword Master, and the number 1 master-level Thunder Master of the Thunder region. Those who could be recognized by the crowd were all famous Sea of Souls Realm Master-level warriors. As for those famous Sea of Souls Realm Master-level warriors in certain regions, not many people knew them, since this was the Sky Martial region, the center of the continent. Without enough power and fame, no one would be able to recognize you. There were still 2 days before the battle. Within these 2 days, people started to arrive one after another. There were already more than 500 Master-level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors. It sounded like a lot, but one should not forget that there were trillions of people in the continent. It would be normal for there to be 500 Master-level Sea of Souls Realm Warriors. And it would be normal even if there were thousands of them. After all, there would be 10 life and death realm warriors every 100 years. After 1,000 years, there would be more than 100 life and death realm warriors, not to mention Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. The reason why the human race was so powerful was because of their huge numbers. Without enough power, no matter how powerful an individual was, it would be useless. The ancient demons had lost in terms of numbers. 1 day before the battle, the Nine-Dragon Lake was heated up again. Xiao Chuha is here. Sword Master, Duguju, Yan Fengfeng, and the leader of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Xie Baiting. In other words, Xie Baiting's status was the highest among all of them. It was because he was the leader of the top 3 master-level blade artists, and he had never been defeated before. Even the top 5 young warriors might not be able to threaten him,